Catherine and I have mutually separated,
I can do cartwheels.
I may have found a home in the same neighborhood.
I can do backflips.
Go see Catherine's house through a tree, so that makes me feel safe.
Living in an RV.
Everything's connected.
Said I don't want it to be this business thing, but like it kind of is, but it's not.
In a world that is as cruel as it is deceitful, tragedy is ignored in pursuit of a happy mind. Those who seek more venture beyond the veil. They venture into the vortex.
Go see Catherine's house through a tree.
Living in an RV in the driveway.
One time Austin McBroom was cheating on Catherine.
He adds me on Snapchat and I'm like, oh, he does do
Being
that.
caught cheating and being served divorce papers.
From having a $10 million house,
From living in a mansion
to bragging about having a shower you can stand.
Literally stand-up shower. Crazy.
Who daily vlogs their divorce?
Dude, the guy's like literally just a scumbag.
How do I learn that scam is good to do? I want to be a scammer.
The Ace family announced they were giving away a car. No one could find who actually won the giveaway.
Everything's connected.
Welcome to the vortex.
I'll be watching you right through the tree.
Go see Catherine's house through a tree, so that makes me feel safe.
On January 11th of 2024, Austin and Catherine, the parents of the Ace family, announced their divorce. Austin McBroom announced the divorce by saying, "For this new year, I'll be taking a leap of faith. I've made the hardest decision of my life, the decision to close the book to my marriage." Though Austin would go on in the following months to live in an RV outside of the family home that him and Catherine shared.
I can still see, like, through the tree a little bit. I can still see Catherine's house through the tree, so that makes me feel safe.
And make music videos seemingly mourning their relationship.
I miss you. I love you. I've been in this RV.
All the while promoting his newly profitable Snapchat account.
This man is just banking off of his divorce. He's posting more on Snapchat, and Snapchat pays you so much money. I know he's making bank from that.
Oh, you work for Snapchat?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I am Snapchat, actually.
You are?
Yeah.
So how did a wholesome family channel become such a chaotic mess? With its patriarch clinging cringily, if that's even a word, to any and all social media attention. From the outside looking in, it would seem that this story starts with a happy family that shattered and cracked, resulting in a divorce and an aftermath of a mess of a man.
God, calm down. What happened? It's just, look, boy, why did...
But the story of the Ace family is much more sinister than that. One could say the morals of the Ace family tore Austin and Catherine apart from the inside out. Two people living in the city of angels turned into sinners, with their sights set on obtaining everything they possibly could, hurting their own family in the process. Nowadays, influencers are flocking to LA for all the fame and glory, the land of sunshine and opportunity, the modern day gold rush, hoping they'll be the next ones to strike it big and reach for stardom. But there's a dark underbelly that can pull you under, an undercurrent of deception disguised as opportunity. But what happens when you slowly become the deceiver? When you slowly become the exploiter, exploiting your own life and your own family for a chance to graze your fingertips among the stars. In a world that dazzles and gleams as it rots away one's youth and innocence, image is everything. And once your image begins to crack, so easily can you fall from the sky, only having gotten a taste of the stardust your fingertips grazed. Austin and Catherine are no exception to this story of a corruptible dreamer. It's fair to say that the story of the Ace family started out with two selfish lovers who wanted it all. But who can fault two people for wanting to make a better life for themselves, especially as they start to develop a family? The question becomes, what did they do to get there? What morals did they give up? What people did they make of themselves as they descended through the 9 layers of hell of Hollywood? Because the true destruction of the Ace family happened long before Austin and Catherine announced their divorce. And it started with their many vices, as they did anything to hold on to their greed, their pride, their lust, their wrath. As Oscar Wilde said, every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. And as DJ Khaled said, one can truly suffer from success. This is the story of the Ace family and the 7 sins of Austin and Catherine. I am so excited for this video's sponsor because this video is sponsored by Audible. Audible is the world's leader in audio entertainment, audiobooks, podcasts, and Audible originals. Audiobooks have become my form of therapy lately, and I've been immersing myself into fantasy, mystery, thrillers, and I've binged pretty much all the popular titles. Though I'd love any new title suggestions that you have. I love using the Audible app because I can listen to titles while doing my daily activities, like household chores, picking up my child from daycare, doing a workout, you name it. Audible also has a must-hear collection of the latest and greatest that the thriller genre has to offer. Audible's mystery thrillers have both action-packed and psychological thrillers, so it's something for all fans of the genre. I found that listening to mystery thriller titles created a more immersive experience, and I've really enjoyed it. And my top 2 recommendations for mystery thriller titles on Audible are A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, which is so incredible and so many people love it for a reason, and The Housemaid, which is really highly rated this year as a psychological thriller. I personally am just a sucker for a really interesting and badass female main character, so Audible is the destination for thrilling audio entertainment, with a selection of audiobooks across every genre. All the popular titles that you want to find, the bestsellers, the new releases, to celebrity memoirs, mysteries and thrillers, and more. The newly included selection gives members a chance to discover new favorites and new formats. And new members can try Audible for free. Visit audible.com/MadisonH or text MadisonH to 500-500 for a free trial of Audible. And thank you so much to Audible for sponsoring this video. I hope you all enjoy it as much as I have, and if you have any recommendations for new titles, definitely leave it in the comments below because I'm always on the lookout. Hello friends and internet acquaintances, welcome or welcome back to another video on my channel covering controversial internet figures. If you like those sorts of videos, then don't forget to subscribe, and if you enjoy this video, then give it a thumbs up if you want to. And if you have any ideas for topics or subjects of videos that I should cover next, please comment them down below. Now, if you've been on my channel for a while, you know that I've done videos on the Ace family in the past, but a lot has happened since then. With the recent sort of collapse of the Ace family, I had a desire to really look at the entirety of the Ace family's journey online from start to finish. I'm definitely going to be approaching it from a different lens and also covering a ton of new information that I've never covered before. The early lives of Austin and Catherine primed them for searching after fame and fortune. Austin McKinley McBroom was born on May 20th, 1992 in North Hollywood, California. And it seems that Austin came from a fairly well-off family. Austin's parents, Nicole and Alan McBroom, are both either in business or lead organizations. And growing up, Austin and his younger brother Landon seemingly had a normal normal and stable childhood. Austin's father, Alan, was the owner of a nonprofit organization which had a camp called The Painted Turtle, which helps young children with mental health and medical conditions. Their mother, Michelle, is an entrepreneur and the founder of the clothing brand Lipstick Diaries. Growing up, Austin had a passion for sports and liked to play a variety of different sports.
On the basketball court, Campbell Hall's Austin McBroom has always looked at home. His coming out party came as just a freshman when he poured in 30 points in the 2008 State Division IV title game. McBroom has decided to put those same attributes to use on the gridiron this fall as a running back.
I enjoy running the ball. I enjoy catching the ball. I enjoy just having a blast with the teammates on the field and off the field. Just the whole love of the game.
The 5'11" McBroom has emerged as the ultimate big play threat on the football field.
I played 3 sports in high school. I played football, basketball, and baseball. And I was pretty decent on 3.
Though he eventually settled on basketball as his sport of choice.
Basketball was just my all-time love.
Something I thought was particularly interesting and notable about Austin's upbringing is that Austin enrolled in Campbell Hall School, a well-esteemed private episcopal, I can't even pronounce that right, episcopal? That's how not a part of this world I am. School that was located in Studio City in Los Angeles, California.
I went to high school in North Hollywood and it was called Campbell Hall. So, like I said earlier, I lived in Palmdale, but I went to high school in North Hollywood. I had to commute an hour every day to school.
This private school seems to be pretty esteemed and has an impressive alumni list with figures such as Golden Globes and Academy Awards nominated director Paul Thomas Anderson, Pretty Little Liars actress Troyan Belisario, actresses Dakota and Elle Fanning, the NBA players Aaron, Drew, and Justin Holiday, all 3 of the Olsen sisters, Modern Family actress Ariel Winter, and Denzel Washington's son, John David Washington. So it seems like going to this Hollywood elite private school means that you get an opportunity to associate with all of the Hollywood elites from a very young age, as well as maybe opportunities at your fingertips that, well, probably most people going to a regular school in America or across the world will not get to have, just off the sheer fact that you're rubbing elbows with people that have connections, wealth, and power. In The Education of the Elites in the United States by Seamus Rahman Khan, works like Louis Brandeis's Other People's Money were analyzed. That particular work speaks on how social networks of the elites are often established through education. Education was an important mechanism by which elites were tied to one another. So in theory, people in upper class society often associate with one another through the upper class schools that they attend, private schools that most people cannot afford. And all of this starts from a very young age. In fact, this school that Austin attended starts from kindergarten and goes all the way up to year 12. And the most outrageous thing about Campbell Hall is that the tuition starts in kindergarten at $36,240. Then the cost of my car for a year tuition in kindergarten, and the tuition increases to up to $42,525 once students reach their senior year. The question easily becomes, why would anyone do that, spend that much money? Is the education really that superior as opposed to just going to a normal public school? I mean, tons of people in public school get into Ivy League schools or get great educations and have amazing careers after. I think the reason why people pay that amount of money is to get access to the elite social circle that paying that amount of money warrants. While the exact financial status of Austin McBroom's parents is unknown, I mean, for running a nonprofit and a fairly small business to be able able to send their child to such a prestigious private school is definitely interesting. It definitely seems that Austin McBroom's family was somewhat well off, with a stable upbringing where his family was focused on prestige and success.
I would drive myself an hour every day to school.
You know that I drove an hour every day to school too.
Really? And it was a private school, by the way. Where I live in Palmdale, they had a bunch of public schools around me. My parents weren't comfortable with me going to a public school. They wanted me to go somewhere with high academics and to set me up for the future as far as like sports-wise. And Campbell Hall was great. They had great academics and great sports.
Though the McBrooms themselves were not A-listers and were not a famous family, they were willing to send their children to the best schools so that they could be involved in those sorts of social circles in order to aid them in their achievements and their future. Catherine, on the other hand, had quite a different upbringing than Austin. Catherine was born Dolores Catherine Johnston Pays. I want to hop in real quick and say, I think I might have pronounced Catherine's last name incorrectly. I've seen a lot of mixed takes on this one. Apparently it's Pies. Apologies on that.
My real name isn't Catherine. Catherine is actually my middle name. My first name is something else. No, don't say it. My first name is
a grandma name.
It's an older lady name.
On August 24th, 1990, in Montreal, Canada.
Now, a lot of you guys know I'm actually Canadian.
To Panamanian parents.
Both of my parents, they were both born and raised in Panama.
Even though the details of Catherine's upbringing are a little bit more private than Austin's, we do know that Catherine has 3 younger siblings, including her younger brother Ryan, who's also a content creator. Catherine spent most of her childhood in Montreal before moving to Florida to stay with her mother.
I was raised by my dad for the first half of my life, and then for the second half of my life, I was raised by my mother in Tampa, Florida, and I was born in Montreal, Canada.
During her time at school, Catherine also dabbled in sports, playing on her high school's soccer, volleyball, and hockey teams.
I played hockey, soccer, and volleyball, and I did swimming growing up.
But it seems from what's been reported that most of Catherine's childhood was somewhat quiet, simple, and normal. Outside of sports, Catherine started to gain an interest in modeling and landed her first Victoria's Secret job at the age of 16, and went on to model for Azalea Swimwear in 2013, as well as a few other brands. Catherine also worked at an ice cream parlor before taking on a VIP manager gig at Arcadia, Miami after high school.
My first job was at Victoria's Secret, and my second job was at this like random like little ice cream place, and I scooped ice creams and
Baskin Robbins?
No,
Baskin Robbins.
No, it was like one that it wasn't a franchise, it was just one. And then obviously there's more after that. But yeah, those were my 2 first jobs.
In an interview, Catherine said, "I've been working my whole life. I've always had a job since I was like 16, and I didn't go to college. I moved to China after high school, and I was there for quite some time. I came back and went straight to work. I moved to Miami, and I managed a venue, and I worked at a hedge fund, and I've done like so many different things." Though Austin and Catherine had very different upbringings, both of their surrounding environments were leading them towards the same goals and eventually the same outcome. Austin grew up in North Hollywood, in the mix of all these Hollywood elites who had everything at their disposal. Even though Austin himself didn't quite come from a famous or mega rich family, Austin was still living amongst these sorts of people, and his family sent them to their schools. So he was living with an awareness of that life and that lifestyle, which is very different from what most of us grow up around. Some people are able to feel no envy and no jealousy towards those who live with power and privilege that was given to them through inheritance. But for some, and Maybe for Austin, though of course this is just speculation, envy may grow and fester inside them as they long to covet whatever they don't have through whatever means they can find. Catherine grew up on the other side of the country in Miami, where she quickly became involved in the modeling scene and realized that the world of glamour was something she could be involved in through utilizing her beauty. But at the same time, Catherine was still kind of always on the outside, never quite a person of status or fame. Catherine was on the bottom of a very monstrous food chain that sought to devour her. So how does one climb their way to the top? You can imagine envy inevitably festering for both of them. Austin had his sights set on achieving something for himself. He wanted to reach higher heights. Fortunately for him, that would actually be his downfall, as he was too short, but I'm getting ahead of myself. And Austin had a talent that could possibly help him achieve something. After Austin graduated from Campbell Hall in 2011, he accepted an athletic scholarship to Central Michigan for basketball. Austin competed on their Chippewas men's basketball team, which competes in the Mid-American Conference of the NCAA Division I program. Obtaining a scholarship for NCAA Division I is an impressive achievement. According to the NCAA website, it looks like only 1% of the 540,000 high school students who play basketball make it to the NCAA Division I. During his freshman year, Austin made it to the Mid-American Conference for all freshmen. Austin went on to play on the St. Louis Billikens team, another NCAA Division I. The Billikens made the NCAA tournament, but lost to the University of Louisville in the second round. And wanting to compete for a winning team, during his senior year, again, Austin transferred schools to Eastern Washington University, where he played on the Eastern Washington Eagles men's basketball team.
I went to 3 different colleges. Not too many people can say they went to 3 different colleges, right?
0.
So my first college I went to was Central Michigan. The reason why I left there is because my coach got fired, so I said deuces. And then the second college I went to was St. Louis University. The reason why I left there was because I didn't get along with the head coach. So I had to make the move from there, and then from there I went to Eastern Washington. Last year where I graduated.
And in a league with over 3,100 players, Austin McBroom did impressively finish within the top 20 in his senior year. So because his college experience was over, Austin declared his eligibility for the 2016 NBA draft. Unfortunately, Austin was not contacted by any NBA team, ultimately going undrafted. According to a study done by the NCAA, only 1.2% of NCAA men's basketball players make it to the NBA. So though Austin was a talented basketball player, he made it as far as he could go in the world of basketball. Of course, he could take his college education and a normal, stable career that he was relatively passionate about and live a humble life of humble means. But it seems that Austin always imagined something bigger for himself. What he'd been imagining for so long was making it to the NBA, but the world of fame, success, and reaching for something bigger than himself stopped short. Meanwhile, Catherine was diving into the world of Miami and associating with a lot of other people involved in the scene, which would later result in a lot of rumors being spread about her when these pictures resurfaced. Catherine started to build her social media following and spend time with other socialites like influencer turned DJ Chantel Jeffries, who's one of Catherine's longtime best friends. Chantel said in a video that her and Catherine met at a party and clicked right away because they were the only ones who liked each other amongst a group of girls who didn't like them.
We met at this dinner and we were the only 2 that didn't want to go to the club after.
happened was we walked in and we saw each other and we were just like introduced to each other. And it just so happened that there was a group of girls there that hated both of us. We both had that in common, so then we like kind of started talking. And then that's pretty much how we were like connected.
And based on Instagram posts, it seems that Catherine and Chantel have been friends since around 2013. Though that isn't the only well-known person, influencer, or socialite that Catherine associated with back in the day. There's a post from 2014 with Chantel and Catherine posing with Jordan Woods. There's a few Instagram posts of Chantel and Catherine hanging out casually with Justin Bieber, Party Next Door, Odell Beckham Jr., the Menace to Society, Tyga. But off of all the information that's been provided, the photo evidence of Catherine's past, in my opinion, the only thing that can be concluded is that Catherine enjoyed the nightlife scene. She liked to party and to go out. And because of that and the people that she knew in her circle, she met a lot of different celebrities and other people who had the same goals as her. Catherine was also friends with Juliana Goddard, known online as Yes Jules, who became a promoter at Live, FDR, and Story.
This self-made entrepreneur, events producer, publicist, brand influencer, and talent manager has clients ranging from Kanye West and Migos to Beats by Dre and Kith. From working out with LeBron James to raging on stage with Travis Scott, Yes Jules doesn't miss a beat.
Yes Jules also became known as the queen of Snapchat, which is also a platform that Catherine began to enjoy and become heavily associated with later on as well. In early 2014, pictures came out of Michael B. Jordan in Miami with Catherine. Though Michael B. Jordan wasn't quite the public figure that he is today and was working on the film That Awkward Moment, being seen and associated with Michael B. Jordan was definitely something that caused Catherine to become a little bit more well-known. A lot of articles of this date that was captured were publicized online, each calling Catherine his pal or female friend or mystery girl. Everyone has a past, exes, or even just one-off dates that never worked out. Before Austin met Catherine, Austin was linked to singer Jasmine Villegas in around 2012. Jasmine is primarily known for her appearance in Justin Bieber's Baby music video.
More specifically, he took out Jasmine Marie Villegas, also known as Jasmine V. She's an American pop and R&B singer who was signed to Sony Music at just 16 years old. Most notably, she was featured in the video for Justin Bieber's hit single Baby as Bieb's love interest.
But the couple seemed to have fizzled out a year later when Jasmine tweeted, "I thought you loved me, but you were just a fan." Amazing. Austin responded, "Damn, LOL," and Jasmine replied, "LOL, it's true. Guys wanting a relationship but having motives." Austin later got in a relationship with Seiko Huffman. She gained fame when she starred in the BET reality show Baldwin Hills from 2007 to 2009. The two were dating in the year 2014 and would tweet lovey things at one another. And it's largely speculated that in 2015, Austin dumped Seiko for Catherine. But around this time, the 2010s era, Austin and Catherine weren't just out seeking fame, glamour, and status for themselves. They were also, like many controversial figures that we know of, using Twitter and early social media platforms to post some controversial, highly opinionated takes that would eventually resurface. Around this time, Austin posted quite a few racially insensitive tweets and misogynistic tweets. Most of these tweets were from the year 2011 to 2013, around the time that Austin was in college and should have been educated enough to know better. The tweets were initially exposed by a Twitter user at BCNVRS, who claimed they were a former fan of the channel. Most of these tweets not only exhibit terrible terrible colorism, but also expose Austin's, well, terrible view on women in general. Like, if you hate women so much, why not just date men? No one is forcing you to be with a woman. I just don't understand. Just showing the tweets when I'm talking about them, because honestly, I feel too uncomfortable reading those tweets aloud. Austin tried to defend himself against people critiquing those tweets in a video alongside his mother. Now that I think about it, wasn't your ex-girlfriend black? As they both laughed over these tweets. Make it even worse that he held such prejudicial beliefs and yet still has family members and relationships with women that he clearly has such hateful beliefs towards. Around the same time that Austin was exposed, an old Snapchat of Catherine from the years 2012-2013, when she was around 22-23, resurfaced, where Catherine was seemingly frustrated with having to walk by a group of men in what she described as the ghetto.
So I'm in my car and I'm in the ghetto and I have to walk by those people right there. As a woman, do you know how stressful that is?
The men that she pointed towards were black, and a lot of people felt a weird racial undertone in her video. To defend herself against the video, Catherine tweeted, "I grew up in the ghetto, filled with Latinos, Middle Easterns, blacks, Asians. When I speak from personal life experiences, even 4 to 5 years ago when I made that Snapchat. What happens when you reach any level of success? People get desperate, again desperate, to dig years to find one thing and completely take it out of context, even as far as make things up about a person to hopefully bring them down. It's what's expected." It seems like Catherine's justification for the video, from my perspective, though of course, let me know what you think. She became so convinced that instead of having to reevaluate her views on things, that the only reason she was getting any backlash is just because people are envious of her, because now she's risen higher in status. Maybe because envy is a feeling that Catherine is very accustomed to. Also during this time, another video of Austin McBroom resurfaced that was initially uploaded in the years 2012. From an account just named Austin McBroom. In the video, Austin and a friend made comparisons between women they considered thick and women they considered overweight, trying to tell other women how they should categorize their bodies.
We want to share an issue, a major issue in today's society. We want to share something that everybody knows, but too scared to say it. We're talking about brothers who mistaken these fat girls for being thick. Thick? What is this? I'm mistaking this all the time. It's asinine. It's crazy. Really mistaking these fat girls for being beautiful, clickety-clank, clickety-clank, and they Coke bottle. I don't get it.
Because Austin McBroom should definitely have the ultimate authority on women's body types and how women should see themselves. So one could say that Austin and Catherine were perfect for each other, at least at first. They both were infatuated with status and had some questionable moral ideals. Austin and Catherine crossed paths for the first time in 2015. Met at a little, party dinner thing, Austin told Power 106. Got there, shook her hand, and she was thinking about me ever since.
So we were at a party, and
I was staring me down. It was really awkward, so I had to approach her to... Right?
No. I was, wondering, for some reason I was, wondering, who, what he was doing or who he was with. Okay. And I ended up leaving early, and a couple days later, he messaged me.
A couple days later?
Yes.
Months later.
Okay, a month later.
Months.
If that.
After their first date, which was at the expensive, notorious Nobu restaurant.
He texted me. And he was like, "Do you like sushi?" And I said no, because I don't like sushi. He was like, "Oh, well, I made a date at Nobu."
You told me that?
Yes, and you were like, "I don't like sushi either."
I think we found out afterwards.
No. He said, "I don't I don't know. I was always wondering why you took me.
Okay.
Austin was head over heels for Catherine, who seemingly didn't feel the same way. Austin confessed his love for Catherine pretty early on in the relationship, not love bombing at all. I wasn't used to that, to be honest. I just wasn't used to like things happening so quick.
Wow. The lights are all hot and making me hot.
Catherine was seemingly less optimistic about the future of their relationship. In a Q&A YouTube video, one viewer asked how long Catherine thought that their relationship was going to last when she and Austin first started dating. Not as long as it has, Catherine said.
How long did you think our relationship would last when we first started dating?
Not as long as it has, or that it's going to be.
At the time that Catherine and Austin first started dating, he was still attending Eastern Washington University. And during Austin's senior year, Catherine got pregnant with their first child and briefly moved to Washington with him.
And then my senior year of college is when she got pregnant and she moved out to Washington with me. She was a real one for that.
Yeah.
She moved out to Washington with me.
And according to Catherine, the couple survived purely on her savings, since Austin was just focused on graduating and making it to the MBA.
It was tough.
Well, luckily, I've worked hard my entire life and had so much in savings that I was like, you know what, we got this. Like, we're gonna like see what happens. If we go overseas, if we don't go overseas, you know, like, everything's gonna work out for us.
And once he graduated and did not make it to the MBA, the couple moved back to Los Angeles, but were kind of lost on where they were gonna go next and what they wanted to do.
And when we moved back to LA after I graduated, we weren't really too sure what we were gonna do because we were gonna go overseas, but the overseas looks weren't good enough for my family going all the way overseas.
Okay.
So I was like, damn, we gotta put food on the table now.
And the couple decided to spend Catherine's pregnancy in LA while trying to find a way to make money. And although Austin's parents were well off, he claimed that he didn't want to rely on them financially.
Feel me?
And my parents are well off, but I'm not the type to, sit there and beg my parents for things, you know what I mean? I'm grown enough to do my things on my own.
Yeah.
The couple alleges that their YouTube journey started when Austin was scrolling through YouTube and stumbled across some teenagers who owned Lamborghinis, which piqued his interest. He realized that people were making a lot of money through their YouTube content. So Austin and Catherine took a leap of faith and decided to become full-time content creators on YouTube.
So I was doing my research on YouTube, started seeing these, 17-year-old kids buying Lamborghinis, and I'm like, yo, what's going on?
How?
And how, exactly.
Yeah.
And so I was like, we already had a decent following.
Now you got to crack the code, right?
Right. So now we already had a decent following because our relationship and the fact that we had a kid. So I was like, yo, if they can do it, why can't we do it?
Which was also a great path for both of their ideals. They both wanted some level of status, money, and fame. Austin missed his chance at gaining it through his basketball career, and Catherine wasn't able to access it through her time in modeling in the nightlife scene, or at least realized that wasn't the best way for her. Pursuing social media was the next best way for both of them to get what they were after. They used their children and the idea of creating a family-friendly image to do it. Catherine gave birth to the couple's first child, Elle Lively McBroom, on May 28th of 2016.
She did it.
Stretch to the highest position. Mama, open your legs. Open. Stay like this. Okay, perfect. All the way.
My princess is here, finally. You did it, baby.
Okay.
Yes!
The couple then started taking advantage of the following that they gained on Instagram through posting mostly pregnancy-related content and began directing that following over to their YouTube channel. Their first ever video, the Ace Family Q&A, our first YouTube video, was uploaded on July 28th, 2016, and has accumulated over 13 million views since its initial upload.
Hey guys, welcome to our YouTube channel. This is our first Q&A. My toes are showing.
How do you know? How do you know your toes are showing?
Their original channel was called Catherine and Austin Vlogs, but they quickly changed it to Ace once Elle was born, standing for Austin, Catherine, and Elle. Over the next year, the channel mainly uploaded prank videos mixed with challenges and vlogs. By April of 2017, the channel reached 1 million subscribers. Which is rapid growth. Through social media, Austin and Catherine were gaining the life they wanted. If you look at their story through narrow or slanted lenses, you could say that the two represented people who failed but who never gave up, who worked to make something of their budding family. But that would be, first off, ignoring the exploitation of their children through the content that they posted, as well as the massive warning signs that were there from the beginning of the people that Austin and Catherine truly are, of all the things they're truly after. We all want a certain level of security, safety, recognition, and well-being for our family. But there are some people who are never satisfied with what they have. They always want more until their greed devours them. Once the Ace Family channel reached 1 million subscribers, it continued growing rapidly with no signs of slowing down. In only 4 months after reaching 1 million subscribers, the channel reached 2 million subscribers. Around that time, Austin proposed to Catherine, in a video titled "The Best Proposal of All Time," jumping out of a plane.
And I promise you that I will be the best husband and the best father that I will try to ever be.
The video absolutely exploded on the platform and has since accumulated over 40 million views since its initial upload, and is still the Ace family's highest viewed video. And the couple was #1 trending on YouTube for over 3 days.
What is that? And the engagement video comes out, and it's out of here, right? It's trending on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, we were #1 trending for like 3 days over Taylor Swift, over everyone.
Yeah. By mid-October of 2017, the channel reached 3 million subscribers.
Here it goes. Here it goes.
Oh my god.
We did it. We did it.
3 million Ace family members. We got Ace family outside. Yo, you guys got us balloons?
And then the Ace family upgraded to their first mansion on October 30th.
Yep. Here we go. Let's get it.
Ta-da!
The Ace family crib. All right, baby. Let's give them the Ace family tour.
Austin and Catherine were living fast and furious. The family channel established a formula with the classic family vlogger style thumbnails and titles that were popular at the time, with all caps, lots of asterisks and parentheses, but it clearly worked for them, garnering millions or even tens of millions of views per video. And the Ace family brand really differentiated themselves from other family channels through centering their brand around luxury, while other family channels were mainly focused on primarily showcasing their family-friendly, wholesome lifestyles. The Ace family was trying to do that while also simultaneously vlogging their mansions, their Ferraris, and other luxury cars, their designer clothing, and the lifestyle and status symbols that they sought to obtain and became accustomed to desiring. Now that they had all the success, they had the perfect platform to show off all that they had ever wanted to achieve. This was all happening during the flex culture era, where showing off your material possessions was very popular. So the Ace family doing so actually boosted their popularity and success.
Shout out to the Ace family and all the Ace family members.
And in January of 2018, the Ace Family channel reached 4 million subscribers. And only a month later, they reached 5 million subscribers. Then in March, they jumped to 6 million subscribers. Just an insane amount of growth trajectory. A month later, they reached 7 million. And then again, a month later, they reached 8 million subscribers. The channel basically gained 1 million subscribers each month in 2018. Austin and Catherine perfectly fit in their channel with the trend of family vlogging channels at the time, and they were branding their family channel to perfectly align with their audience's interests, which created the perfect storm for total domination of the YouTube platform in the family channel content category. But nevertheless, it still seemed like Austin and Catherine were never satisfied. They kept getting bigger and bigger houses, more and more cars, and vlogging their extravagant lifestyle. Austin and Catherine moved homes like 6 different times to 6 different mansions throughout their time filming the Ace family. That's basically a mansion a year.
So you guys ready to see the new Ace family home?
Let's go.
Welcome. Ace family. As you all can see, we are in a new home. When you come over to the Ace family house, this is what you're gonna see.
All right, do you guys want to see how extra Austin and I are?
Park your car anywhere on this driveway, okay? This is okay. Okay.
This is a completely new construction. So it was 2 houses before, and we literally combined them together. Probably spend like 60–70% of my time cleaning the house. Majority of the time I'm just cleaning the couch. But another thing too is like I'm teaching the girls how to be very cautious and clean and like not put their dirty feet on the couch and stuff. So it ends up working.
Hey, Ace family, what's going on, everybody? So this is now our 6th home tour.
Is it?
On YouTube?
No.
What is it, 6? Maybe 7.
We've been on here for so long, I don't know.
1, 2. This might be 7. Over here, we have our sign that has been with us since when? 2016? 18. You can see the M is a little broke here.
Oh,
that just describes us at the moment, what we're going through.
We're broken.
We're a little broke. No, we're not.
They filmed themselves buying around 12 different luxury cars.
This is really like our car.
Yes. You don't like it? Baby. Oh, babe. Love you. Drive slow. Damn! Slow down!
Oh my god! It's coming! Oh my gosh. Oh my god! Austin, are you listening to me?
Speechless right now. Like, dreams do come true. Let me tell you that. This shit is nice, huh, baby? One thing that you have been wanting for like the past like 4 or 5 months.
My Range Rover? Why?
Right, take it off.
Stop. Oh my.
Baby, too much is my middle name. What do you think?
I don't know what to feel. I love it more. Oh, what? Oh my god. What made you think of that? Is it something I've always wanted? I don't really want anything.
No, it's just nice. Okay, so are you ready?
No.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
What? What?
Most of their content revolved around them showcasing an extravagant lifestyle that is out of reach for most modern families. Most of this content, of course, also exploited their children, and I think it was harmful to their children in more ways than one. Of course, it was harmful for Austin and Catherine's children in the fact that Austin and Catherine were having their children work and perform in these vlogs in which Austin and Catherine are accumulating all this wealth, all this money, which legally there's nothing binding their children to. Though there are currently people who are working to make sure that child influencers have rights to the money that is gained through the work they do in their childhood, there's still so much work to be done. And right now, as it is, Austin and Catherine can basically take all the money that was accumulated through the mutual work that their children did alongside them, leaving their children with absolutely nothing out of the years and years of work that they put into this family branded channel in which their face was plastered over everything and in which their parents gained off of their image and their involvement. On top of that, I also think, though I don't know if this is just a parent's perspective, the Ace family content was particularly harmful because they went out of their way to film extravagant videos that were so far from an average child's experience or reality that my fear is it gave their children a distorted view of reality. Most children don't go on tons of different trips early in their childhood all so that it could be filmed for content. They don't get tons of gifts so that it could be filmed for content. Not only does it give their children a distorted view of reality, but then also they'll grow up and realize that all those gifts, trips, things that their parents were doing for them weren't necessarily out of the goodness of their parents' heart to give them a good experience, but they were only doing it all so that they could film their children's reaction for content to please an audience. This audience itself may have their own nefarious reasons for watching this content, which is a whole other topic. For example, some of these extravagant videos in the Ace family on the Ace family channel are videos like Baby Drives Lambo, the first baby driver.
All right. Drive it.
Surprising our daughter with her dream car. Daughter driving a like fancy toy car with the Lambo and the mansion right behind her.
He's waving.
You got your dream car, I got my dream car.
Surprising our daughter with a trip to Disney World, which is of course a normal thing that a lot of parents do, but a lot of parents don't take their children to Disneyland or Disney World just so that they can film it for content.
These rides left and right. Elle, how do you feel so far? How do you feel about this place? You like it? Yeah! It's been a successful trip so far. Let's continue it today.
Magical Lucky Charms cereal pool. Creating a giant pool of Lucky Charms to put your child in to film them for content. Interesting.
So now you just sit right here and relax and just eat as many as you want and Dada's gonna fill you up, okay? He's gonna put more on you. Is that cool? Okay. You gotta stay still though, okay?
There we go, honey. There we go.
Elle rides a jet ski for the first time as a 2-year-old.
Oh, Elle's about to get on a jet ski? Okay.
We're gonna put our life vest on.
Elle, you having fun? I'ma get you.
Yours too slow.
I'm gonna get you. No! Come back here.
Parenting, the Ace family music video with luxury cars and a private jet.
Damn, I wish we could have showed you all of it.
This is a relatable family right here. Surprising Catherine with her dream birthday gift, which is an elephant.
No.
Take this off.
What's your face?
What's your face? This is just that teeny bit. Got a little sick coming up. Think it's sweet. Give her a hug. You can hug that big nose. Good girl.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
The girls do the no budget shopping challenge so that everyone at home can watch this family spend probably what they make in a month on a shopping spree. That sounds like great content. That's how I want to spend my evening.
So I told my girls to get ready and to go out and get whatever you want today. I'm talking about any and everything. Today we're gonna be doing the no budget shopping challenge. All right, girls, so we just got home. It's time to show the Ace family what we got.
You want to show them your Rapunzel?
We took our kids to Coachella.
We are taking a family trip somewhere. Do you guys know where? I think our title gave it away, but if you guys don't know what that means, you guys gotta stay tuned and figure out what it is.
So as you guys know, Austin went to Coachella last year and I wasn't able to go because I was pregnant. This year, we are going and we're going as an entire family.
It's about to be crazy.
It's about to be so much fun.
And this is how we're going. You ready, gang?
Are we really leaving?
You guys ready? You ready, gang?
Fun adventure to Vegas in a private jet, it looks like.
On the west side, 'cause it's where I stay. I just made 1,000, blew it in your face. I've been going in, I'ma close the case. I can't wait no more, man, I gotta blow today. I've been on the west side, 'cause it's where I stay.
Hey, Ace family! What's going on, everybody? We have made it to Vegas!
A tropical vacation video.
Ace family, we've been traveling for about 10 hours, and she still has no idea where we are.
I think we're in Fiji.
You think we're in Fiji?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I saw some water earlier.
Let's keep walking.
Wait, do I just keep walking now?
Yep, just follow me. I'm taking you to the room. Are you ready?
Yes, can I open?
All right, 1,
Here, 2 now.
2, 3, go ahead.
A vacation to Mexico video.
We're going on a trip on a favorite rocket ship to, we can't tell you where we're going just yet, but just know we're finally leaving California, guys. This is crazy.
But then we had to move to Mexico. And I'm down, honestly. Oh my god, it's so beautiful.
Jay, she giving us the tour right now.
She just told us that the house is for sale.
Visited the most expensive penthouse in Los Angeles.
What you're about to see is originally this is the Mattel family house.
Okay.
And then
Mattel as in like
Mattel
Barbies?
as in Barbies. So this is the Hot Wheel house or the Barbie house, however you want to do it. I'm holding you here because when I walk one more step back, you're gonna be like, holy shit, because it's crazy. But I'll show you the house after you see this view because it's pretty much in 10 seconds when you walk in.
Oh yeah, this is
Oh my god, this looks like a picture.
This is the most incredible view
Yeah.
you're gonna find.
Wow.
Ace family, you know this is like a Tumblr picture right here. This is what it looks like. I can guarantee that the video gives it no justice. Like, you guys actually have to be here to see how beautiful it is.
Mentioning this only because I feel like a lot of the other controversies often overshadow that aspect of the Ace family, or at least that in the past I haven't dove into that aspect enough. But I think that one of the things that makes the Ace family channel so sinister is the way that they turned their fame and success, which they gained from their audience, so quickly against their fans by basically shoving their wealth and possessions that they accumulated off of their fame basically back in their audience's faces, constantly showing off the new cars they got, the new houses, the vacations they were going on. While obviously these videos got views, there was a demand for it. I think ultimately the main reason they made this content is because of their inner demand. They had an inner need to be someone, to create something of themselves, to have higher status. And YouTube just became the ultimate platform for them to leverage that idea in their mind, their own ego, off of the backs of their family-friendly audience. It's bizarre. And through utilizing their kids and the content that their kids made alongside them, basically wasting it away on these lavish trips, these cars, all of this money spent that their children will never see. And yet still, none of it was enough for them. They continued to grasp at more and more material possessions, flaunting their wealth on camera, but off camera, people began to speculate on the actions of one Ace family member in particular. You would think that the Ace family had it all, and yet Austin wanted more. While I cannot dive into the subconscious of a man to ponder why he searches after whatever dead-end road he seeks, I do believe that most of who we become is a product of our desires, which is often a product of our environment. To a certain extent, this is a much further topic than we can dive into in this video. A person who grows up in a cage will wish all their lives to be free of that cage. But a person who grows up being completely free, who can have everything they want, and who grows up around people who have everything, well, sometimes that can be an even worse prison in itself. I know, boo-hoo, am I right? But that life can build an inner desire that can never be satiated. While it can never be fully proved, meaning I can never make an absolute claim in this video, there have been many people who have alleged and shown messages of Austin McBroom either cheating or trying to cheat on Catherine. In the summer of 2019, Twitter user @BellaCGRR tweeted a screenshot of an Instagram DM that she sent to Catherine. Her message said, "I wanted to let you know because you deserve to know as a mother and just a woman. Last weekend, Austin was with some friends of mine in Miami. He slept with one of them and made her sign an NDA. The tweet gained a lot of traction, but Catherine was not buying it. She responded saying, LMAO, post your proof. The people want to see. How about you post what you got, and if someone tries to sue you all, I'll pay for it. Deal? I swear, people believe everything they read." In January of 2021, a content creator named Licia Faith shared a video on TikTok where she said that Austin was flirting with her friend and asking her back to his hotel room. And in the video, Austin is seen talking with a woman in a nightclub.
A girl on TikTok posted a video from 2019 with a caption that said, "Watch till the end and zoom in to see who was in Vegas without his boo trying to get my homegirl to his hotel room. She politely declined since she ain't a homewrecker."
Every month there's cheating rumors about you going on. You never address it. Is there a reason why?
During a rivalry that Austin had with Jake Paul posted a TikTok where he said, "Does your wife know that you cheat on her every weekend?"
I'm in trouble, Austin? Does your wife know that you cheat on her every weekend? Does she know that you message every single girl on Instagram trying to get in their pants? Oh, do I have way too much tea on you and your little family?
This wasn't the first time that Jake claimed some sort of infidelity within the Ace family household, also saying on the Impulsive podcast that Catherine slid into his DMs.
What do you mean, Catherine's in your DMs?
Yeah.
That's cap.
No, she is.
Saying what?
She's just like, what's up?
Hannah Mojo also posted a TikTok claiming that she lied for Austin McBroom when she told Catherine that the lipstick that Catherine found in Austin's car was hers instead of another woman's.
One time Austin McBroom was cheating on Catherine, and the girl he was cheating on her with left a lipstick in his car, and I'm sitting in the car with Jake and we get a call from Catherine or Austin or whoever the fuck, we answer it. And it's Austin bawling his eyes out and Catherine absolutely screaming, holding this lipstick inside of their car. And she's screaming and she's like, "It's the lipstick, Tana's. Austin says the lipstick's Tana's, blah, blah, blah." Austin's bawling. my dumbass thinks that the right thing to do at the time is save the kids, save the kids. So I lied to Catherine. I'm like, this is my lipstick. It wasn't my lipstick, Catherine. I'm really sorry.
Austin also hired 4 of my friends as nannies and masseuses so he could hook up with them, all when wifey ain't home, Tana tweeted. Austin would respond in a tweet claiming that the lipstick was actually Erica Costell's lipstick, which Erica backed up and claimed that she dropped when Austin was speeding in his Ferrari with her and 2 other people and then got pulled over and got a ticket.
No, I did not sleep with Austin McBroom. First of all, there was 3 of us. We were speeding. We got pulled over for it. So there was a sudden stop and all my shit flew out of my purse. So that's why my lip liner was in his car. No.
So, irregardless, a grown man with a partner and a family eating with 3 people, like, why? Not only is that a major red flag, because why are you doing that as a grown-ass adult and not spending time with your family, but it's also just dangerous and irresponsible. Following all the backlash from concerned fans, Catherine eventually responded, saying, I was off my phone for a couple of days. I was spending time with family, like Austin should be doing. I spend my undivided attention on my kids and my family. She then explained about how the allegations made her nervous. I think that is 100% stressful because it gives me anxiety, and what can I say? It makes me nervous. I stay off my phone and I stay off social media. You would think after so much backlash and so many people speaking out, Austin would calm down, but instead the allegations only continued. TikToker Monica Bush shared a series of encounters that she had with Austin. She claimed that Austin got in touch with her under the guise of giving her samples of his clothing brand for her to promote through Instagram before texting her and asking if she was going to be in LA, and if so, if he could give her a package.
So a couple months ago, I get a DM from him on Instagram just asking me if he could send me stuff from his clothing brand, and I was like, of course. Typical like collab DM. I did find it a little weird and unnecessary that he needed to text me afterwards. So we text, he asks me if I'm gonna be in LA anytime soon, and I'm like, yeah, I can be in LA if it means you personally hand me the package, of course.
When she did eventually travel to LA, the 2 met in what Monica believed was just a business meeting.
So I get to LA, I'm staying in a hotel completely by myself. We're texting a little bit throughout the day, like, you know, kind of like seeing what I'm like, I keep asking what the plans are. When he said spot in Malibu, I was like, what does that even mean? Spot? Like restaurant? Like what? You know? But anyways, he picks me up in the blue Rolls Royce that everyone knows. So I'm like, okay, so it shouldn't be anything fishy. Like, he's not trying to be sneaky about it, whatever. And then where do we pull up? To a house.
She said that she was naive and thought that the 2 were just talking business and about other potential brand deals when all of a sudden Austin turned on Netflix.
At this point, I'm still kind of oblivious, and I'm just like, okay, you know, maybe we're just talking business. Because in the car, we had just talked about like other brand deals he might get me and all these other things, and I'm, you know, I was just excited, you know. And he like, it tells me to like come over and like lay with him, and I'm just like, hey, look, like I'm really trying to do business. That's what I thought this was.
Following night, Monica alleges that the same thing happened again, with Austin encouraging her to take an Uber to the same house.
Me being still like dumb and naive to the whole situation, we hang out again the next night. Only this time he asks me to Uber. But yeah, it was definitely the same spot.
She said that he also claimed that him and his wife weren't together and that they were only together for publicity.
Then he tries telling me that him and his wife aren't really together, all this other stuff. It's just for publicity, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like believing it. I'm just being naive.
At this point, Monica claimed that the 2 did sleep together and that afterwards, Austin paid her $800 in advance for brand deals. Monica says that following this encounter, she kept hearing that this is what he does with girls.
And here's where I'm a little ashamed. We did end up doing the thing. He actually ended up paying me like $800 for one of the brands that he said he was gonna like hook me up with like ahead of time, which was really weird to me. So after the fact, I just kept hearing stories from other people that this is like what he does with girls and like all these other things, and I was just like disgusted with myself, disgusted with him. So this is him asking me to hang out again, blah, blah, blah. I didn't.
She also said that Austin continued to try to speak with her, showing text message screenshots as well as a Snapchat account, which she claimed belonged to Austin.
He had hit me up multiple times after. I have not hung out with him since. But anyway, blah, blah, you can read it. The real kicker is this. It must have been bad for you because he would never talk about the fact that we did it on text. Being smart of him. But yeah, he said that. And then, nope, just bad for my morals because facts. He still hits me up to this day. And here's the real proof that it's really him.
Around this time, Trisha Paytas also called out Austin McBroom on her podcast Enemies, which she had for a period of time. In an episode, Trisha said, "My thought is this, he's clearly cheating. Maybe, who knows, maybe they have an open relationship." Trisha also speculated that Austin and Catherine may still be together for financial reasons as well.
Like, he's clearly cheating. There's like 15 of the same stories. I said this in the Anna Campbell. And there's 15 of the same stories that are very similar, that have some sort of receipts and like chances are, like, you know, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, quack, it's a duck, quack, quack. Maybe Catherine knows, maybe they have an open relationship, maybe she doesn't care, just for the business, whatever, I don't know. But there's clearly something going on, and I guess my issue is, like, hey, maybe they are okay with it and they're staying together for the channel, they're trying to make that bag, that coin for the kids, whatever the case is. Take the kids out of the equation, right? Like, everyone always says, like, leave kids out of it, which I totally agree. But in this situation, like, the kids need to be left out of it on camera as well.
I think all of those are very valid thoughts. While, of course, we never know what's fully going on behind the scenes and what Catherine has been subject to throughout their marriage, I want to empathize with Catherine that having a family and financial ties with somebody makes it so much harder to leave a situation, or the situation could be something entirely different and Catherine is aware of what's going on, but there's a sort of mutual understanding in place. We never really know. I think it's important to listen to the women's stories of those who claim to have been victimized by Austin. And I also think that sometimes understanding that you are a victim of abuse or that you haven't been treated properly takes a very long time, and you can't force that on anyone or tell them that they are a victim of something before they're ready to understand that, because that is their own personal journey. Paparazzi from the Hollywood Digest followed Catherine and questioned her about the cheating rumors, saying, "Tana and Trisha are always coming up with cheating rumors against Austin," as if it's just them in a room coming up with these rumors. "Do you have anything to say about that?" And Catherine responded saying, "Sorry, I don't know who those people are."
Tana and Trisha are always coming up with cheating rumors against Austin. Do you have anything to say about that?
I'm sorry, I don't know who those people are.
Okay, all right.
In April of 2022, YouTuber Leah Halton contacted the drama channel Drama Alert, saying that Austin was continually sliding into her DMs, but that because she was in a relationship, he kept sending her messages and then unsending her messages when she inevitably didn't reply. And Austin allegedly started sending her messages as soon as she turned 18 in 2019.
Leah Halton reached out to us with some concerns. She said that Austin's been sliding into her DMs and then unsending it, and she never accepts it because she's got a boyfriend. Apparently, he started doing this ever since she turned 18. He's been hitting her up since 2019. Unbelievable!
In an episode of Bradley Martin's podcast Raw Talk, where he interviewed Instagram fitness model Noelle Leva in a conversation where they were talking about all the high-profile men that had slid into Noelle's DMs, Bradley spoke about how Austin had slid into her DMs.
Because we work together, right? Real closely. I looked through all her DMs.
Yeah.
I looked through
Are they
all,
wild?
Bro, she has gotten DM'd by everyone you could fucking think of.
Yes.
Can we just expose them?
I can. Can you expose like at least a couple?
I've had some like
who's
big...
a big
Austin
competitor?
McBroom.
Stop!
Austin
But
McBroom.
I thought that guy had a family and a married man.
So did I, dude. So did I.
Yeah, I gotta you, Austin McBroom. I don't know which camera it is, but fuck you.
Most recently, in early January of 2024, Austin gained more backlash after an OF model named Laura Lux exposed him for messaging her. Austin asked Laura if she would like to sign with his agency. And this wasn't the first time Austin messaged a model asking if they would like to sign with his agency. This story feels very similar to Monica's story, where under the guise of something business related, period, Austin can associate with who he believes are, you know, attractive women, see how close he can get to them, and then if he does anything inappropriate, he can simply say, it's just business. If Austin truly had any serious aspirations of representing people in the social media industries, he would probably look to represent people that are in similar niches to what he excelled at. Family channels, vloggers, etc. Since he knew how to quickly build up success in that category. Instead, he just went after all Instagram models and OF women, etc. Why is that? It's also just creepy and gross from a family man. The DMs are kind of funny though. He messages her saying, my bad for the random DM. Are you signed to an agency? And Laura replies saying, no, I think agencies are predatory scams run by corny men who think they can involve themselves in women's business. Austin replied by saying, oh damn, LOL. Sorry for you, feel that, but I do agree that majority of people in the space are nobodies that just outsource a random team. My background is social media, YouTube, Snapchat, all the above, along with having a strong team. I find it interesting that this is early January 2024 and Austin is talking about his background being in Snapchat. Keep that in your noggin. So we know how to grow and monetize YouTube channels and Snapchat channels. Snapchat is now paying better than YouTube, and most don't even know. But again, we offer more than just only chatters. I just reached out to open a door. No pressure at all. By the way, we do no contracts. That's how confident we are. LOL. And if you're ever unhappy, you're more than welcome to walk away. We can't hurt you, only help. And Laura replies by saying, when I Google your name, all I see is articles about you losing your house, cheating on your wife, and scamming fans who entered some giveaway. So yeah, I'm good. Brooke Schofield, a podcaster, also claimed that Austin would hire her friends as night nannies just to have attractive women around the house.
He was like trying to hire a nanny for his kids. He tried to hire like one of my friends as like a night nanny. He was hiring via Snapchat, and the one requirement is when they came through, they had to say that it was like they were hired through an agency when talking to Catherine. Really, it was just like a hot girl he wanted around the house. I personally think that if you are a cheater, a serial cheater, you should be able to go to jail for that. I really do. And I'm not talking about like a first or a second offense. I'm talking like serial cheaters, like Austin McBroom level cheaters. There should be a real punishment for that.
Austin was never satisfied and was, from the countless claims of others, not only exploiting his own family and children on social media, but exploiting other young women, or trying to, all for his own personal gain. All the while, the Ace family brand slowly deteriorated in the public eye, especially as Catherine and Austin became more careless with the types of content they posted. While the carelessness of the Ace family is certainly not their greatest offense, it should be addressed, especially as it gradually became worse and worse and eventually led to more and more controversy with their YouTube channel. On August 16th of 2018, Ace family uploaded a video saying that their house was robbed. The family explained that they took a trip to Disneyland, and when they returned home, their house was completely burglarized and ransacked. Austin recorded 4 cop cars outside of his house.
The dog is here to save the day. Oh man. I said another cop car is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they are still in the house.
He said that his family came back from Disneyland to a dark home, and he heard glass falling before noticing that the back glass door had completely shattered.
Ace family, so we just got home. We've been at Disney all day, and someone broke into our house. As you can see, we literally walk in the house. The house is pitch black. Put the keys down the counter, and I hear some like glass dropping. And I look over, and it's a back door shattered.
The whole time Austin's filming the entire experience, which is definitely dystopic. If this is an actual house robbery, I just cannot imagine something traumatic as my house getting robbed happening and my first instinct being to whip out a camera and record the entire experience. Austin then goes on to record the police as they're walking through the home, and one of the police asks him if he's recording for YouTube. When Austin says yes, he is, the officer says cool and then holds up a peace sign to the camera.
You recording? We're gonna be on YouTube?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll send you up on this.
My guy right here, he's helping us out. He's part of the Ace family.
Once this video was posted onto YouTube, a lot of people felt like the police officer acting this way confirmed that it was all a staged event for views and publicity. The robbers allegedly took a number of Catherine's handbags, but didn't touch any other expensive items in the home. There was a tablet, tons of other high-end clothing and shoes, many other possessions that went untouched. I'm not an expert in robbery, but I would say that I don't think that would be uncommon because I'm sure a lot of robbers have to get in and out pretty quick, and so they take what they think is the most expensive or that they can resell on the market the quickest and get in and get out. I don't know.
So guys, this is what they did. As you can see, shattered their entire back door so they came in.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, this is crazy. I'm so confused. They didn't take the wallet. They didn't take this stuff.
While of course many people worried for Austin and Catherine's safety, a lot of people were like, why did you film a thumbnail, film the entire experience of you realizing you were robbed and upload that to YouTube instead of making sure first and foremost your family was safe, taking care of everything that was going on, talking to the police? Why was your first priority filming this for YouTube? On top of that, other drama channels began to further speculate that all of this was filmed for content. I think many people just thought that because they couldn't even fathom someone filming their own robbery happening and uploading that to YouTube. On top of that, receipts began to surface from a company called Top Cop Shop LA, which is a tongue twister. The phone number on the receipt belonging to a company called Cop Shop LA, and this company is apparently a cop shop in LA, as it's called, where you can order doomed police officers to show up and pretend they're real police officers if you want to scare people, I guess. There's been a lot of speculation on whether or not this receipt itself was faked. I guess the logo on the top right of this receipt can be easily found online. On top of that, the names themselves, the person put on the receipt Top Cop Shop LA, but the actual name of the company is just Cop Shop LA. So there are definitely a few things that make this questionable, whether or not police were actually ordered and paid for online, but nevertheless, a lot of people believed it. Days later, Catherine posted a tweet addressing the mass amounts of speculation surrounding their burglary. I don't usually address all the stuff haters, watchers, and envious people make up about us. At the end of the day, they will always come up with slander and smear to tear down the very fabric that makes up the Ace family and our army of followers. Some will do it to generate views and profit from our success, and others simply out of envy. So like I said, I don't normally address all the BS that goes around against us, but this time they are not only attacking the integrity of our family, but that of the LAPD. And this is where Austin and I draw the line. Despite mass speculation that the robbery was faked, there were definitely some indicators that the robbery did in fact happen. According to the official crime mapping service of the Los Angeles Police Department, there was a burglary reported on the same block as the Ace family home on Thursday, August 15th at approximately 2 p.m. But there were tons of different reports flying around at the time. A drama reporter, Keemstar, posted what he claimed to be the actual police incident of the break-in. That also lists August 15th as the date, but Keemstar's report has a completely different incident number than the crime mapping incident report that I mentioned mentioned previously. On top of that, Austin tweeted claiming that the burglary happened on August 16th. During an Instagram live, Austin McBroom talked about the robbery and how it impacted their family and all of the hate that they received.
Just doesn't make any sense to me why we would fake a f***ing robbery. Why would we ever do that? Guys, she's traumatized from this situation. Like, no bullshit. She's fucking traumatized. I'm low-key scarred because I'm the one who walked in and seen this shit. How we get our house broken into and people make up lies about that it's fake. You guys want everything to be fake. You guys want us to be fake. It's really sad.
Austin also mentions that he and Catherine decided to move houses following the incident.
As soon as Catherine gets back from her trip, we will no longer be living here. We're moving out of here.
Even Trisha Paytas talked about the robbery, mentioning how weird it was that the family posed for a thumbnail for something that was such a horrific incident.
Who the fuck poses for a thumbnail if their house actually got broken into? Look at what they made the daughter do. What? As much as your girl over here loves a good paycheck from YouTube, there are like some things like they don't lie about. Like, no cops are like, hey, you're on YouTube, what's up? Put me on. During an investigation, or asked, oh, this has fingerprints, can I take it? What? Ace family, I'm so disappointed. I was fans of y'all. And y'all be playing us like this. Why?
But within 2 weeks, the family moved into a new home, which is pretty quick to find an entirely new mega mansion, move all of your belongings within 2 weeks after a really traumatic, unexpected incident happens. While many still believe that something shady and weird happened with the incident, YouTuber Martin Lewis contacted the LAPD directly in a video.
I decided to ring the police station who look after the area where Austin lives. If you're actually able to confirm if something actually happened in an area, we just wanted to know if something was actually staged or real. I'm not sure if you can tell us that or not, but yeah.
Yeah, that would have to go through downtown press information officer.
In an email response, the LAPD claimed that a police report was taken from the Ace family, and they responded in a second email claiming that the officers in the video were officers from their department, and that the officers did indeed arrive at the home to take a report.
Good morning, my name is Martin. I run a news channel on YouTube, and we wanted to confirm if there was a burglary at the popular YouTube couple address at, and I gave them the address, on the 15th of August around 9 p.m. Some people are speculating that it was staged burglary. We would like to confirm an official statement if possible. I also said, just like to add it's between the 15th to the 16th of August. They then responded saying, sir, we can confirm that a report was taken. I wanted to ask about the cops in the video. I said, what about the officers in this video? Are they a part of the LAPD? They said, yes, we can confirm that officers responded to location and took a police report.
In my opinion, the biggest takeaways from this video are, first off, do not trust everything you see, even from people posting evidence online. Ask what they have to gain from that. Is it attention, publicity? If people are overly inserting themselves to call it drama, but I guess you can call it drama at the sort of height of a situation, are they doing it to genuinely help, or are they doing it for nefarious reasons for their own personal gain? It's definitely something to ask, because genuinely, how would someone get a hold of another person's receipt or financial records? How would someone do that? I don't know. That's not like a common thing without violating someone else's privacy to an extreme degree. Their way overall, it's still wild for Austin and Catherine to film the robbery as it was happening and post it in a clickbaity way with their child. Their child was literally in the thumbnail. I could not imagine holding my child, telling them, your home, your place of safety just got broken into. Now let me hold you and take a picture with broken glass everywhere for a thumbnail for YouTube and look sad. don't forget to look sad also and devastated. Austin and Catherine were slowly losing their grip on reality, becoming so immersed in maintaining their dominance on social media and doing things for views and social media attention. They lost touch on what it's like to live in the world as a normal human being and what are normal things to do as a human being. They stopped doing any work to maintain touch with reality, which I do believe is essential if you are a privileged person in any way, or else you'll do something like vlog cosplay yourself as a 9-to-5 worker and think that you're being relatable and not actually an out of touch D-bag, which somehow so many influencers have done and not thought it was a weird thing to do, including Austin and Catherine. In fact, I think they might have been the pioneers of this.
Austin and I thought it would be a cool idea if we would work at a restaurant for the day. I personally never worked in the food industry, so this would be really interesting. And then
I never got the opportunity to work a 9-to-5 because after college, we started creating videos. And so this is gonna be a first time experience for me. I'm super excited. And we'll see how I do.
On October 2nd of 2019, the Ace family uploaded a video where Austin and Catherine vlogged working at their friend's restaurant for a day.
We're gonna be actually working, like cooking, taking orders.
our friends who actually own the restaurant, we're gonna ask them, what do you need us to do today?
We're gonna check in, like.
Yeah, I personally want to take orders. I think that's cool. Like, I want to do that.
I want to be cooking, about there flipping the chicken. And Ace family, to make it legit, we have to wear work attire, uniforms.
Yeah, so when we get there, we're gonna change our clothes. I already wore my boots today.
All right, Ace family, so we're about to head over to the restaurant, so make sure you guys come along and let's get to work.
At the time of filming this video, Austin and Catherine were clearly not aware of how insensitive this video could come across to people who have to work 9-to-5 jobs every day to make ends meet. Meanwhile, they're just like, this will be so fun. We're gonna go have a little fun and dip our toes into the working class people's daily lives and then step out and never have to look at that sort of lifestyle ever again.
I'm really good at like customer service.
Yeah, me
I can
too.
Do that. Like,
I like making people smile.
I can do that. I used to do that.
He said, let's see, okay.
So you get us the money, I want to make the food.
Okay. But I do need like some kind of help. Like someone to like remind me how to do it.
I'll help you.
Yeah.
Most people don't get the opportunity to just work under their close friends who are helping them with every little thing that they need help with, or have the option to take their apron off halfway through their shift and just drive home to their mansion.
All right, Ace family, so before we finish our job today, our boss is gonna take us to the office and let us know how we did.
I like your moves a little bit. Like salsa moves in my kitchen.
Okay.
I think you guys should open your own concept, like an own concept restaurant.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we've always thought about it.
It's also interesting that Catherine later claims that this vlog was her idea. She also claims to have been working multiple jobs throughout her early life.
I like making people smile.
I can do that. I used to do that.
He said, let's see, okay.
And yet she couldn't see how this video would come across. The more privileged Austin and Catherine became, more and more they lost their grip on reality. They were unable to see the optics of what they were doing and how they could be perceived. Being a humble person, not having an ego, being real and genuine, not getting wrapped up in your own life and your own small bubble. I think that takes a lot of work, a lot of self-work, a lot of self-reflection, and a lot of empathy for others outside of yourself. And if you're not doing the work, you become a selfish asshole. Catherine posted a few videos of behind the scenes of working at a restaurant onto Twitter, which quickly went viral for all the wrong reasons. LMFAO, I effing hate millionaires. Are you kidding me? Wrote makeup artist Mia Frida. Mia's post of Catherine gained 272,000 likes and 70,000 retweets. It was so popular, it gained attention from other content creators like Drew Gooden, who tweeted, "Imagine being so disconnected from reality that you get this excited about pretending to work at a restaurant for 2 hours." Austin just responded, "People be so mad at our life. They're just envious. They're just jealous." That's always their base response, because I think jealousy and envy are the only emotions they can relate to. A little less than a month later, Catherine finally responded to all the backlash backlash of their 9-to-5 worker cosplay video. Catherine explained that she had experience in the service industry. Their video was meant to serve their fans.
When I first started working, my first job actually, I was cleaning houses for like several years. That was actually my first job, along with many other jobs that I've had, like in my, I'm gonna be 30 next year, so I've had many jobs, and I've experienced a lot of things. A couple of months ago, maybe it was a couple weeks ago, we made a Snapchat. We were working at a restaurant for the day. That was actually my video idea, and I was really excited because who gets to reach 17-18 million people at any given moment of the day and say, hey, we're here, come meet us, let me serve you, let me make your food. I said that, I said, this is cool. And people took it to another level.
Serve your fans, to be like, hey, look, we're just like you. We, for one day, went behind a cash register and made a pizza. All that video did was glaringly point out how much Austin and Catherine are not like the average person, how lazily they could act in a 9-to-5 job compared to the average person, and just leave it after a few hours when they got tired of pretending. It's clear that the couple became more and more thoughtless with their content, which continued to show in all the mistakes in their posts as well. On October 15th, a new vlog about the day in the life of Catherine was uploaded to the Ace Family channel. But the beginning of the video was very unexpected when it was first uploaded. It was basically just Austin berating Catherine, telling her what to do and what to say, before the two of them and their daughters sort of flipped a switch, became more positive and bright, and filmed an upbeat video intro. And yelling was quickly edited out of the video, as it was clear that was not meant to be in the final portion of the video. But fans screen recorded it and reposted it, and it was quickly spread around. Besides the fact that this interaction was very uncharacteristic of the usual smiley, energetic Austin, you could say, it also includes a lot of harsh, explicit language used, an aggressive tone, which is also just unusual for Ace Family videos. It was also just concerning because the children were present at the time and seemed sort of unbothered by the behavior, which makes you wonder how much Austin acted that way when the children were around and present. Catherine responded and seemingly tried to smooth over the situation by tweeting, I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Super chill vibes, something different. And yes, Austin and I get frustrated with each other sometimes. It's called marriage. I wish people would stop expecting people to have a perfect life. It's just not realistic. Love you, baby. Though this tweet is ironic because they are the ones who set the expectation with their perfect vlogs. No relationship is perfect, but the love Catherine and I have for each other makes up for all the small imperfections. Love you, babe. On September 17th of 2021, the Ace Family uploaded a video titled "Your New Dog Bit Our Baby, Scary Moment," where Austin can be seen tirelessly instructing Catherine on how to end their vlog.
Well, he's not coming to get you. Well, Ace Family, ready? Okay. Well, Ace Family, today was a success. What you got?
So what do you want to say?
All right, Ace Family, today was a success.
All right, Ace Family, today was a success. We
say, all right, guys, we're about to get ready to close out today's video.
As you guys, so still got a scratch. It's now.
Oh yeah, you're gonna say that. Yeah. Okay. So Still's now up, as you can see.
Yeah.
And he.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and close it out right here.
So.
Go get him.
So we're gonna go ahead and close it out right here. With that.
He's fine. Stop. Ace. Hey, be nice. All right.
Can you get off of me, please? Because I wasn't filming.
What? Let me hold you here. Then I'll take him.
With that being said, we're gonna close out the. With that being said, we're gonna close out the video right here. Let me say again. And like me and my beautiful What?
While the unedited video was quickly taken down with the edited video replacing it, same as the last case, fans saw the unedited version and re-uploaded it online. This video was a little bit bothersome to me on a side note because while I do want to say, of course, every parent gets overstimulated or overwhelmed, just as a parent, it really pisses me off how in that video, almost all of their children had different needs that needed attending to. And time again, their parents just prioritized vlogging and finishing out the vlog, especially when the eldest daughter, Elle, wanted a hug from Catherine. And Catherine literally says, "Get off me." Again, I understand being overwhelmed and maybe I'm being too sensitive in this. But as a child, words do carry a great deal of weight. Even something as simple as saying in a harsh tone, "Get off me," can cut a child really deep. Experts agree that the words used by parents can affect children greatly. There's even charities dedicated to the cause of ensuring children are built up through positive words and not being told things that are detrimental to them and their self-esteem in childhood. Something worth mentioning, and again adds to this story, that Catherine and Austin continued to prioritize vlogging over their actual life at home, their actual health of their family, safety of their family. There became a clear divide between who Austin and Catherine wanted to appear as online and to the public. They wanted to look like wholesome, good, honest, moral people with family values. But behind the scenes, they were behaving as very different people, putting the fame that they were developing first and foremost in front of everything else. At one point, Catherine announced wanting to start a solo YouTube channel.
Sit here and talk to you guys about life. Like, there's just so much life going on in everyone's world. Just so much going on. And I wish I could just... I'm just gonna spit it out. Catherine is starting her own channel.
Much of Catherine's identity online is based around a sort of spiritualism that's personalized for her individually, which I respect if you have your own idea of spiritualism and your own values that you want to follow. And so Catherine's idea for her YouTube channel was going to be following those spiritual topics like God, religion, manifestation, and spiritual guides. Many people thought her wanting to do a solo YouTube channel was her wanting to distance herself from Austin's image at the time. Some more odd categories that Catherine stated she'd include in these videos would be topics like quantum physics and hygiene, traumas, butterfly effect, numerology, third eye, and messages and dreams. But this channel never ended up materializing. Though this might be a cynical take, because again, I do respect people for having their own unique spiritual values and beliefs. I do believe that Catherine's spiritual brand had a lot of hypocrisy in itself. I do think that sometimes there's people that co-opt spiritual terms or spiritual beliefs.
Just like human beings, we all have a chakra system. So does the planet. And so Mount Shasta is the root chakra of the world. Just like Maui is the heart chakra of the world. Not coincidentally, but coincidentally, right? Because nothing's a coincidence. The flight from where I'm at in LA to Mount Shasta is 1 hour and 43 minutes. I can't make this thing up. Like, I saw that and I was like, okay, I'm meant to go. 143. I see it every single day of my life. It's connected.
While actually doing nothing in practice to live a life of spirituality.
And so I was planning on going, but there's a storm. So there's a storm going on, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I'm not meant to go right now.
Doing giveaways to promote materialism. I guess if I were to be extremely cynical, it feels at times that Catherine's brand of being spiritual, though I do believe she's genuinely passionate about it, can also be exploitative in a way to try and come across as a trustworthy person, to try and appear good and calm and wise. I'm under the belief that words mean nothing ultimately, and that you have to look to someone's actions to see their true heart. And ultimately, Catherine says a lot of words that feel very genuine and wonderful. But when you look to her actions aren't very different from Austin's when it comes to her treatment of her audience. especially due to the fact that the Ace family continued to profit off of their audience in unconscionable ways. I can't say that. In unconscionable ways, indulging themselves in an obscene amount of new scams, businesses, whatever avenues they could find to profit and consume more fame and wealth that ultimately destroyed themselves like a snake that eats itself. Austin and Catherine obtained the fame, the status, the wealth, all that they had been dreaming of. And yet they continued to promote more and more businesses, events, and products that started to fall apart at the seams. You would think the concept of a charity event sounds virtuous, wholesome, like the perfect fit for a family-branded channel, right? Well, undoubtedly, that's what the Ace family team thought as well, as Austin and Catherine became notorious for their multiple basketball charity events that they hosted and filmed for the Ace family channel. Only the problem became, with these events, there were some aspects of the financials that were kinda questionable. People began to wonder just how charitable these events truly were, or if they were done for selfish and self-fulfilling reasons. June of 2018, Austin and Catherine held a basketball charity event where they said they donate $100,000 to a charity of their choice.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who purchased your ticket for this event. If you did not get a ticket, we apologize, but we will have more events in the future, so make sure you stay tuned.
When the event took place, the University of Southern California was packed with fans.
You know what's funny? A lot of people look down upon YouTubers. But it's crazy because YouTubers sold out an arena.
Austin's team ultimately won, which means they won the cash prize, or I assume got to choose where to donate it. Just a random note, but Austin chose to put himself against Rice Gum in this game when Austin was a D1 basketball player in college. On top of that, on Austin's team, there was like this giant person who I've never seen before. I don't think this was an evenly matched team. However, the Ace family allegedly only donated $75,000 of the $100,000, leaving $25,000 unaccounted for. Though that could be because of taxes or other reasons, it's still weird for them to just not explain it, to say that they're donating $100,000 and then put $75,000 on the check and just say nothing and just act like nothing happened and expect no one to ever question that. Just thinking about how much the Ace family might have made off of this event, there are over 10,000 seats in the USC arena. While I don't want to theorize on how much the Ace family could have profited off of the event exactly, because I know there are tons of unexpected costs and factors to put into an event, it's definitely fair to say that the Ace family made back the $100,000 off of ticket sales alone and then some. On top of that, with merchandise sales and then the live stream sales, it feels at least slightly disingenuous to call this a charity event. Though of course they wouldn't be the first people to mislabel something a charity when it isn't one. On top of that, we also already know that doing any sort of charity gives people huge tax breaks, and that's a reason why a lot of YouTubers and celebrities will participate in charity in the first place. Not to take away from the aspect of charity in general, but I personally am more impressed when people do acts of charity when no one is looking, or acts of service in charity work, not charity work where they're donating for a tax break. Just my opinion. But regardless, it seems like this event was a success because Austin decided to hold another basketball event around 6 months later. In January of 2019, Austin held a 3-point contest where the winner would get $100,000 if they could make 10 consecutive shots on the court.
James Charles is here. Brian, who is it here? It's crazy. Every creator in LA is here. Every single creator possible is here.
I wouldn't necessarily categorize this as a charity as much as it is a great cross-promotional event where Austin got a ton of other YouTubers and social media people involved. They all promoted the event, filmed it, went to it for the hopes of winning this $100,000, even though it was extremely unlikely that any of them would have ever won it. Austin made a point to suggest that whoever wins this money donate a part of it to charity. The Ace family pretty much exclusively chose famous YouTubers and celebrities to take part in the event.
How did you get first? Bryce Dunn. Jake Paul. Did you do this on purpose? You're second. Supreme. Dorf. Mamba. Phase Road.
The 3-point contest rolled around, no one could make the consecutive 10 shots. So after no one was winning the 10-point shot, Austin randomly chose a person from the crowd who immediately hit every single shot and won the $100,000. It was later revealed that the winner happened to be Austin's longtime friend and semi-pro basketball player, Austin Mills. This led many people to believe the event was rigged, even believing that Austin had some sort of backdoor deal. Or the alternative is it just was not a very well thought out event and Austin did not realize how hard the challenge was to win. Though it definitely brings up the question of why Austin had such a talented friend on standby. He had all the social media people there in order to promote the event and in turn promote his channel, created a contest that was actually very hard for them to win, and then had his talented basketball friends there on the sidelines, able to step in and win the event on the first try and in a moment's notice. Though there was some controversy over the previous basketball events, they were still enough of a success that Austin decided to hold another basketball charity event. Moving to an even bigger venue, or rather the biggest venue in LA, the Staples Center. Austin and Catherine even vlogged about selling out the event.
15,000.
Oh my god! 74 tickets left!
74 tickets left. Oh
74 tickets left! Oh my god!
Bro, we sold out in 1 minute, bro. The Staples Center.
The Staples Center has 20,000 seats. While it's unknown exactly how much it costs to rent out the Staples Center, as I'm sure it varies on the time of year and how much demand it's in, a few sources online say that it costs around $110,000 to book the Staples Center. Reports online say that the Ace family charged $45 on the low end and $250 on the high end for tickets to the basketball charity event. While I don't want to speculate on how much money they made from the event, I think it's fair to say that the Ace family profited a substantial amount. The event featured not only a lot of social media stars, but also a lot of mainstream celebrities. Austin ensured that he aligned himself alongside mainstream celebrities. If before YouTubers were seen as below mainstream celebrities or traditional Hollywood celebrities, it seemed that Austin was trying to change that, to show that they were on the same level, or that he was on the same level. He was friends with Chris Brown. He sold out the Staples Stadium. This event was was kind of also about proving all of that to himself as well. I mean, why do you think these events are centered around basketball? Something Austin can show off and continually win at.
You're not the only one who likes Gucci. When I say Gucci, y'all say gang. Gucci, yeah, Gucci. Wanna know why? Oh, you wanna know? Now you know what to do. I'm a 94 baby, swinging like a brand new Mercedes.
Make some noise for the Ace Baby one time. I want to thank y'all for letting me come out here and letting us play with the family, man. We love y'all. Thank you so much for everything and all the support y'all been giving us.
Austin's team ultimately won, meaning that he won the cash prize or the option of where to donate the charity money to. And this time, the check finally read $100,000. But the check was donated to the Painted Turtle, which is an organization run by Austin's father, Alan.
Me and Chris Brown, we giving away $100,000 to a charity that we believe in. Hey, Ace families, Pops!
So, again, we want to thank all of you because this would not be possible without all of you. We would not be able to write this check here for $100,000 to an organization that is dear to my heart. I worked there for 10 years. This organization is a non-profit organization for kids with chronic illnesses and life-threatening medical conditions. And that charity, you guys go over on your phone to look up thepaintedturtle.org. The Painted Turtle is local, and this is going to send a lot of kids to camp.
Which feels a little dishonest that that wasn't fully disclosed or talked about in depth. That they were going to be donating to a charity that their father ran and would probably benefit their father. Like with a lot of what the Ace family does, they would brand something as greater than what it was, which only gets them into more and more trouble down the road. On June 29th of 2020, the Ace Club was meant to be an exclusive website where their supporters could gain access to exclusive content and gain the opportunity to win different gifts.
All the giveaways.
You ready?
Good.
Yes.
Amazing giveaways. Like we have teams, like we have customer service behind this. We have a whole team behind this.
Austin and Catherine claimed that some of the giveaways that members of the Ace Club would gain access to would be $10,000 cash, fully paid for vacation for a family of 5. You'd get a brand new car, win a house, monthly bills fully paid for, college tuition fully paid for, fertility treatment fully paid for.
So every month we're eating
On and on in this video about all the different things they were going to be giving all the people who signed up for the Ace Club. And some of the prizes were very extreme and sounded like multiple Mr. Beast prizes every month that they were going to be giving away. To get access to the Ace Club, members were required to play a little over $20 a month.
You could be the lucky winner of a fully paid vacation for you and 3 friends. Ooh, if I had 3 friends, that would be awesome. I want to join. Let's see, $20 a month.
Of course, stating the obvious, the Ace Club is clearly taking advantage of fans who are already in a bad financial state or disadvantaged. The primary way that Austin and Catherine marketed this website is like, yeah, you get some exclusive content, but even more so is all the amazing prizes and giveaways you could potentially win by joining, like a trip to Disneyland, a car, a house, your tuition paid. Just pay $20 a month first, which is not how generous giveaways to your fans are supposed to work. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, this venture did not last more than 3 months. Austin made a live stream explaining why the Ace Club didn't work, saying that it was the website's problem. The website didn't work. As a result, Ace Club members got scammed. So he claimed that everyone who used the platform got refunded.
The way the site was built, it wasn't built to the degree that we needed to be, because obviously the Ace family is one strong army. And come to find out, the site wasn't built well at all. So you guys didn't get the value and the quality you guys should have got, and that's why we were upset. And unfortunately, we had to stop the Ace Club, and which we refunded everybody. So we appreciate all you guys for understanding that we had to stop that.
It's interesting how in this live stream, he phrases it by saying, it hurt us because it hurt you.
It kind of like hurt us in a way, because in reality, like, you guys got scammed.
I don't even know if Austin is intentionally trying to be manipulative or if that's just how his brain works, but it feels like he's trying to make his fans care about him and Catherine being hurt about the situation, even though he's technically saying him and Catherine were hurt because his fans got hurt. That's not how it's supposed to work. The first thing on his mind is that he is feeling hurt or feeling pain because they're going to experience backlash. And he's thinking about that over the pain that his audience must be experiencing.
The Ace Club, we put a stop to it. That was like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like that. And we end up having to find a new partner, which created us a new site. And he's been working on it for the past 3 or 4 months and just recently got done with it. And so me and Catherine had the conversation of, yo, do we continue doing the Ace Club? Or like, what do we do with the new site that we have? Because the new partner that we found, and it's been a blessing since we found him. He's literally like, I can probably say he's literally the best website developer I've ever came across. And it's really hard to come across good, hardworking dudes like him.
While I don't know much about website development and I don't want to speculate on an ongoing legal case, it also seems very hard to believe that a very simple concept for a website could go so wrong on a technical level, because all the concept for the Ace Club was a format for posting videos, exclusive content, and then a basic form submission where people would submit for different giveaways, which would either be a raffle for them to be randomly selected or some sort of email form submission winners could be selected from. Those are all very simple plug and place codes that you can kind of easily modify from my understanding. So I don't understand how that could go so awry. Or maybe Austin and Catherine realized they could not follow through on all the promises that they made to decided to shut it down. Who knows? Well, there's even more to the story of the Ace Club that ended up coming out later on. Austin and Catherine faced legal trouble when a company called Subify LLC filed a lawsuit against Ace Hat Collection Incorporated in September of 2020. From my understanding of Subify basically works with people who want to create a more custom platform to engage with their audience and helps them get there basically through an agreement where they often take a cut of whatever profits that person will make through their website. So a lot of these membership club sites that influencers are creating are often being created through companies like Subify, and Subify profits by taking a cut of their profit. The Ace family, through their umbrella company, Ace Hat Collection, entered into a license agreement with Subify on June 2020, with the Ace Club platform launching on July 1st of 2020, which is quite a quick turnover considering Austin and Catherine claimed in their video they were working on this for such a long time. But according to legal documents, the Ace Club platform was initially a massive success, generating $493,153 in its first month and $365,016 in its second month.
The member platform generated revenue in the amount of $493,153. And in the month of August 2020, the member platform generated revenue in the amount of $365,016.96. So That sounds to me like a lot of money just from subscriptions.
Subify had an agreement where it took about 33%, if I remember correctly, of the share of whatever profits Ace Family made through Ace Club. So Subify invoiced Ace $162,740 for their first month and $120,455 for their second month. But I think Austin saw that invoice and basically said, no, I'm not paying that. Ace had paid Subify nothing by September and then proceeded to tell Subify that they were terminating their agreement entirely.
So they refused to pay the invoice that covered the July revenue. They refused to pay the invoice that covered the August revenue. Then, on or about September 11th, so just a couple of weeks later, Ace's legal counsel served Subify with a notice purporting to terminate the agreement based upon previously undisclosed breaches allegedly committed by Subify.
My own theory is what happened is Austin saw the bill, then thought, what if I can just get someone, a developer, to build a platform, either pay them up front or get a fraction of what Subify is charging me. So shortly after telling Subify that they're done with ever working with them, Ace turned around and launched its very own platform, which was Austin's How I Became a Millionaire website, which Subify alleges uses confidential information and trade secrets from Subify. Allegedly, much of the Ace platform is indistinguishable from the Subify platform. You'll see a lot of tech or web platforms do this very often. They'll see something that's very popular and then they'll sort of mimic it or create a copied version of it. It's not technically illegal because a lot of code you can't copyright unless there really is proprietary information or copyrighted material and trade secrets that one person stole from another that you can prove were stolen. But I guess Austin's attorneys are kind of stupid, or there's more proof behind the fact that they were able to do this, because it seems like Austin's attorneys went to court and basically admitted to the fact that they took Subify's code on the back end, which only the Ace team and Subify's team had access to, then reverse engineered it to create a new website.
We had customized and modified everything to create this custom platform, and the only people who were capable of seeing the coding that we put together is you. You used the back-end code that we created, and you're the only ones who could have gotten it because it's not public code. So then here comes the attorney for Ace Family. Now listen, this is what they say. Ace Hat is a mom and dad and a couple of kids who you know make cute videos that they put online. Cute videos online for people to watch. They are not software engineers. They didn't have the capacity to reverse engineer anything. So you can tell the judge is annoyed by this language too. So if the cute mom and pop and kid have their vendor misappropriate trade secrets, if that's the case, you don't get a pass on that because you needed a vendor to do it.
I think what works in this case in Subify's favor, though of course I'm not a legal expert, and if you are, I would love to know your thoughts on this, is that they use the terminology trade secrets as opposed to copyright, which is much harder to prove when a lot of websites use a lot of open source code. Subify brought the suit in September of 2020 and brought 6 claims: misappropriation of trade secrets, unfair competition, breach of contract, and attorney's fees. What seems like it'll be the easiest to prove is that Subify and the Ace Family had a contractual agreement that the Ace Family violated, resulting in them owing Subify money. They were supposed to give 90 days notice if they wanted to pull out of the agreement, which they didn't. And then the Ace Family never paid Subify for the months that they actually worked on the product. The lawsuit has continued on for years. It says it's still pending to this day. And if the Ace Family loses, they could be paying upwards of $3 million. Since Subify is suing Ace Hat Collections, which is Ace Family's umbrella company, if they win, they could ask for a lot of things from the Ace Family and Ace Hat Collections. In fact, Ace Hat Collections owns the trademark Ace Family, but it is hard to imagine Subify asking for the trademark Ace Family, especially now. I don't imagine that the Ace Family name and trademark has much value in it, but it's interesting to know that if they won the lawsuit, they could possibly ask for it. But much of this lawsuit was the result of the venture How I Became a Millionaire. So, what is How I Became a Millionaire? In the same live stream where Austin addressed the closure of the Ace Club and explained that him and Catherine found a new partner to develop a new website.
The Ace Club, we put a stop to it. That was like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like that. And we end up having to find a new partner, which created us a new site. And he's been working on it for the past 3 or 4 months and just recently got done with it. And so me and Catherine had the conversation of, yo, do we continue doing the Ace Club? Or like, what do we do with the new site that we have? Because the new partner that we found, and it's been a blessing since we found him, he's literally like, I can probably say he's literally the best website developer I've ever came across. And it's really hard to come across good, hardworking dudes like him.
Austin claimed that the couple didn't want to relaunch the Ace Club because he and Catherine didn't have the time or the energy to film enough exclusive content to suffice creating an entire platform.
What do we do? You know, do we go back to doing the Ace Club? But then it was just, we were in a tough situation because it was hard for us at the time to create more content than we were doing outside of YouTube and to give you guys like extra content. So we were like, you know what, let's not try to go into this thing again because we're just not ready for it.
So why did you do it in the first place? Why did you promise that in the first place? Promised not only to do that, but to buy people homes? Makes me wonder if they always planned to just make a quick buck with that and then run off. Though at least they claimed that they refunded everyone the money. But Austin announced that he's going to start his new business venture, online learning program where people could learn how to become a millionaire. How I Became a Millionaire, or HIBAM, HIBAM, was a course where Austin again promised that he could help make you the next generation of millionaire social media influencers. According to Austin, there were 4 separate courses. 1, how to grow your social media platforms. 2, how to make money from social media. 3, how to start a business. And 4, how to grow your business. Those are just all so basic and sound not in depth at all. I would imagine a legitimate course going into various social media algorithms, content strategies, starting in a niche and then growing from there. Another thing is Austin's never really mentioned having a passion for business. Then overnight he mentions this course and then just like puts on a new personality. Program defaults to its $50 a month gold tier membership when you try and sign up for the 4-course series.
$50 a month, bruh. $50 a month for like, wait, so there's 4 weeks a month. You get like 2 videos a week, 2 times 4, 8 videos a month, and you're paying like $50. Like Netflix has multiple movies and shows. Okay, I get it. Let's move on.
Or you could do the silver membership, which is $7 a month. Gold membership, I just got the chills with how much I don't like that. The gold membership also just includes access to longer videos and a community chat.
The silver membership is only $7.99. It's 1 fast food meal in the month. That's like getting a burger, fries, and a soda. And invest in yourself, guys. The gold membership I would highly recommend because that just gives you more value.
Additionally, Austin promised to select a few members for weekly FaceTime calls and to promote per month. He even claims he'd be able to verify blue check a few. The same flaws of over-promising things that I can't imagine he was ever able to deliver on. Catherine and Austin utilized their success story and the trust that their viewers had in them to promote the platform.
Go ahead, say whatever you want to say.
People will say, you know, I can't afford it. That's why I'd love to see it in another way or whatever the case is. But I feel like I've seen you, how hard you've been working. I see, you know, like the pages and pages and pages of notes and just your strategy with this. And like, I genuinely feel like everything you're doing is from the heart. And I feel like you really do want to help people. You've said this since day one, back when we started YouTube. You were like, why isn't there like a manual? Like, why isn't there someone talking about all this stuff? Like, why do we have to learn this on our own by accident? Like, why is this happening to us? And I feel like this now, you doing this, you didn't have to do this. That's what's crazy. It's not about the money. It's not about the memberships. It's about you truly like wanting to do this.
Why is the course $50 a month then? This doesn't make sense whatsoever.
I think this clip also shows, in my opinion, just how manipulative Catherine is. Again, in my opinion, no one in good faith can say they truly want to help their audience. It's not about the memberships and then charge their audience $50 a month for something. It doesn't look like the program is still up and running, though the news of it just kind of died out, which is extremely frustrating for the people who paid money for this website, especially $50 a month. But apart from the initial few months of news about the program, I couldn't really find any information about whether people actually got what they paid for, or even exactly how long it stayed up, especially since it was already having problems from the moment it launched.
I was actually like one of those first people trying to sign up when it first dropped, and the website kept failing and failing. It was actually really, really frustrating because I would get to the point where I would like almost check out and it would say, oh, your card's declined, your card's declined. Like literally the bank called me today because this thing was so hard to get my card information, and I've never had so many issues with a system.
July 7th of 2021, Instagram user Pam Sophia posted a long text to her story claiming that Austin McBroom allegedly rented 2 exotic cars from her company Lux Rentals, but had yet to pay them. The owner of the rented car company stated that Austin McBroom failed to pay $7,500 for 2 rentals for a total of 5 days. Because of this, another lawsuit was filed against Ace Hat Collection. The Ace family became notorious for not delivering on their promises, especially as they created more and more money-making opportunities for themselves that became bigger and bigger disasters for their audience. One of the first ones being Catherine's skincare brand, 1212 Gateway.
I just have to say that I'm not here to sell you on anything whatsoever. This is not like a business move or anything like that. This is just me being really real with you guys. I know you guys can feel energy. On my launch date, if I just sell one thing, like I'll be so happy.
The promotion video, I gotta love it. I gotta love the promotion video. Favorite promotion video of all time. Definitely the most unique influencer promotion video I've ever seen. Catherine promotes her skincare line through talking about how when she went to get a skincare facial done, the esthetician turns into a medium and tells her that her dead grandmother is in the room with them.
She looks over at me and she goes, she's doing my facial, and she goes, you know, when you walked in, I wanted to cry. And I go, why? I go, tell me, I'm an open book. And she goes, well, you have a grandmother. And instantly my heart dropped and I knew exactly what she was talking about. And she goes, well, because she's right there. She's standing right there. She's right at your feet. And I was in a cold room, and I swear to God, she wants me to tell you that she is very proud of you, and that she has been part of your abundance, and that she's with you every step of the way. She wants me to tell you that in a past life, you were her daughter, and your mother was your sister. And I thought that was so funny because I've always felt like my mom was my sister, and I always felt like my grandmother was my mother. And then she said she wants me to tell you that she brought you and Austin together.
It was literally in the promotion of the skincare video. Like, that's great, Catherine. I'm so happy for you. I cannot tell you how happy I am for you. What does this have to do with your skincare company? Good for you and your journey, but why is this supposed to make me want to buy your skincare? You know what? You sold me. You sold me. The website for 1212 Gateway read, 1212 Gateway was built upon the values and experience of our founder, Catherine McBroom. Catherine suffered from skin problems at an early age, which led her to go down the often traversed road of trial and error with skincare products. Fortuitously, this fueled her passion for skincare and the number 12, and a seed of an idea was planted. But despite being heavily featured in 1212 Gateway's advertising, Catherine was really just the face of the company and had really nothing to do with the development of the products, the packaging, anything besides just talking about it and her past life experiences and spiritual journey with her esthetician. This is a strange but now commonplace phenomenon. Scientists and companies will work with influencers or celebrities to launch skincare lines, even if these influencers have no business or knowledge in the world of skincare besides just being a promotional arm.
So truthfully, this brand launch took me totally by surprise because I've never really associated Catherine McBroom with skincare, nor have I heard the Ace family really delve into skincare. And I would consider it similar to a lot of celebrity skincare brands that you see out there where, you know, you have this musician or you have this actor where they've never really talked about it, but all of a sudden they launch a skincare brand.
Do I think there needs to be a million different influencer-run skincare brands? No, but it's an extremely lucrative industry. According to research published by the Statista Research Department, skincare was the most popular beauty category in 2022, holding a market share of 41%. Skincare is predicted to stay at number 1, bringing in roughly $168 billion by 2028. Catherine wrote in an Instagram post promoting 1212 Gateway by saying, 1212 Gateway is launching December 12th. I can't believe I'm actually saying that now. I spent the past couple of years devoting myself to this project and it's finally here. I started this in a past life and never got to finish it. I know you guys will love it as much as I do. Let your soul glow. Does she actually believe that she started a skincare line in a past life? Catherine, you can't even finish anything in your own life right now. Do that first before finishing your past life's projects, please. Despite all the profitability connected with skincare, at launch, 1212 Gateway failed to meet expectations and faced a lot of criticism, especially since the Ace family in general was facing a lot of criticism at the time for the mounting lawsuits and backlash against the family. Customers also reported receiving faulty products, some even describing the business as a scam. Others were reporting never receiving their product at all. But in April of 2021, things with 1212 Gateway got even worse. The company that helped Catherine create 1212 Gateway was the company TBL Cosmetics. TBL Cosmetics is a company described as one that specializes in creating, building, and scaling cosmetics brands. But it looked like that didn't go as intended with 1212 Gateway, as TBL filed a lawsuit against Catherine, accusing her of 8 charges, including breach of contract and cyber squatting, in the Superior Court of California. The complaint alleges that on August 7th of 2020, Catherine McBroom signed a contract with TBL to create 1212 Gateway. The report claims TBL had the responsibility of day-to-day management, including running the online sales, and at the same time, Catherine would be the public face. It was responsible for marketing the brand to her followers.
And what he found was they made over $1 million in sales in just the first 30 minutes of launching the company. And in 2021, they were on pace to do almost 60 million in sales, which would have been their first full year.
Under a section of the initial complaint titled Catherine McBroom's Attempted Coup, TBL alleges that soon after 1212 Gateway began to grow and even exceed its financial expectations, Catherine conspired with her family, friends, or other underutilized member or idols of her entourage, stage a takeover of 1212 Gateway's management. The complaint noted that on or around March 10th, Catherine gained access to and changed the passwords of 1212 Gateway's primary email account, their website, their GoDaddy account, Shopify account, Instagram profile, and other social media accounts, which, like, for a full-fledged brand, brand. Usually there's a team of people who have access to that account to help with customer complaints, responding to feedback, orders, shipments, social media postings. There's so much that needs to get done. And she just locked them all out all of a sudden as if she was gonna run all that on her own. According to the document, Catherine repeatedly made assurances that she would return these accounts to TBL, but she never did. They claim that Catherine made immediate damage to the company when she took over these accounts. I can only imagine. After taking sole control over the website, Miss McBroom caused it to crash for 2 straight weeks, the complaint alleges. The complaint claims that 1212 Gateway experienced volumes of negative customer feedback since Catherine's alleged hostile takeover. The document also claims that on April 7th, Catherine threatened to unilaterally dissolve 1212 Gateway and appoint herself to oversee the winding up of the company's affairs and prohibit any person from engaging in any activity related to the business unless authorized by her, which TBL said had no basis in their agreement. What did Catherine think she was? Did she think she was the CEO of this company? Catherine clearly has no understanding of how business works, how the structure of companies work, because she's not the CEO. She's literally just the face of a company who has some shares in this company. She's not the CEO. So you're not like some overlord who gets to dictate what everyone else does in this company. That's not how it works. Which is sad because it looks like the company even hit above what their projected sales were going to be and could have been really successful. But Catherine just didn't understand that she didn't own the company outright and didn't get to dictate what everyone else did. Further states that Catherine had very specific demands for TBL which they would need to follow within a day and a half's time or else the company would be dissolved. The document alleges that she said within these demands that TBL must transfer the website to her, give her all the company's books and records so that she knows all the finances going in and out of the company, and replace the current CEO with a new one within 5 business days, among other demands. So court records show that on April 12th, in response to this, basically, TBL filed a temporary restraining order against Catherine McBroom to basically prevent her from completely dissolving the company. Catherine was staging a coup of the company, trying to completely take over the company so she could gain full control over it. Even though TBL Cosmetics did all of the back-end work to put everything into place. And it's pretty obvious that without TBL, the company would have gotten nowhere. So why was Catherine doing this? Seems like she wanted a bigger piece of the pie.
Here's the ownership chart showing Catherine is having 63% ownership in 1212 Gateway, TBL Cosmetics having 30% ownership, and Paul Kazers is having 7%. The entire startup capital needed was $400,000. In March of 2021, Ms. McBroom improperly obtained various administrative access credentials, changed the passwords, and kept TBL from its proper role within the company. Despite engaging in good faith negotiations, Ms. McBroom continuously misled TBL management, refused to return control over to the TBL management team, and thus materially breached the operating agreement.
The lawsuit was set for $30 million in punitive damages. But after all of this, TBL Cosmetics still wanted to work with Catherine, probably because they knew it would be much harder to sell 1212 Gateway without Catherine's influence.
Even though all that happened, the brand was still willing to work with her. They wanted her to still be the face of the brand because they probably knew it was better than not having her at all, since most of their customers were there because they heard about it from Catherine and they know it's her brand. So after a lot of pushing to get Catherine to even respond to the lawsuit, she finally acknowledged it because they were like, okay, last chance to respond and work it out or you're gonna lose this and it's gonna be a major legal problem for you. So she ended up working it out with TBL. They talked.
So Austin and Catherine entered a settlement with TBL, also probably because they knew they weren't going to get away from the lawsuit scot-free. In the settlement, TBL would have day-to-day control of the company's operations, while Catherine would post on social media and attend marketing meetings. Literally doing the bare minimum, but that's better than staging a coup, I guess. Catherine then returned all the accounts and passwords to TBL. However, instead of including 1212 Gateway LLC in the operating agreement, McBroom's wanted to use Ace Hat Collections Incorporated, the McBroom's umbrella company, for 1212's customer service fulfillment needs.
Instead of including 1212 Gateway LLC in the operating agreement, they wanted to use Ace Hat Collections Inc., a company owned by Austin McBroom's father and the McBrooms, for 1212 Gateway's customer service and fulfillment needs. I think it's just very strange the rest of the family started getting involved suddenly because they were making a lot of money in the company, but regardless, TBL Cosmetics was willing to work with them.
My question is why? When Ace Hat Collections has never done anything in the business of skincare, or really anything well in its existence ever, it feels like what really happened is Catherine's family realized that 1212 Gateway wasn't just a silly skincare company and was actually something with a lot of money and a lot of potential. And maybe, possibly, Catherine was encouraged to stage a coup to get them involved in the business. But that's just my opinion though. Parties executed the agreement on August 30th of 2021, but unfortunately things would not go as planned, and TBL would be forced to sue the McBrooms a second time for breach of contract.
And TBL has once again been forced into suing Catherine and Austin for breach of contract since they have failed to meet their promises. And let me tell you, they were called out in this lawsuit, that is for sure.
Despite the unambiguous requirements for social media postings in both the operating agreement and the settlement agreement, Catherine McBroom has failed to meet the schedule and frequency of social media postings. She has refused to attend monthly marketing meetings and work collaboratively with TBL for the benefit of 1212 Gateway. Ms. McBroom has refused to agree upon an independent board member or put forward best efforts to find one. McBroom has failed to satisfy his duties as manager of 1212 Gateway. On information and belief, Miss McBroom has continued to exclusively promote her own personal and family interests while refusing to market for the company. The Ace Family YouTube account indicates frequent recent posting pushing product for Ace Family merch on their online portal. In addition, February 6, 2022 YouTube post featuring Catherine and Austin McBroom promoted Mary Ruth Organics.com and provided a discount code online for wellness goods, including face and body creams.
Elderberry. Elderberry is so good for you. This is good for kids. There's one for kids. So this is a brand called Mary Ruth's. I've been using them for 2 years. This is not a brand deal. I genuinely like their products.
This video was mentioned in the lawsuit. Trust me, I don't watch their content. I put period blood on my husband's face. He freaked out. Is not exactly content I click on in my YouTube feed. What's bothering TBL Cosmetics is that Catherine is not promoting 1212 Gateway products in her content as was discussed in detail in their settlement agreement, but she is promoting another product.
Clearly, Miss McBroom is actively promoting competitive products while failing to promote 1212 Gateway, despite her legal obligations. Additionally, aside from the issues with TBL and 1212 Gateway, Miss McBroom and Austin McBroom have been consumed with a host of legal issues since mid-2021 to present and created by their mismanagement. The lawsuit is still pending, and since it seems like there is a lot of evidence and a lot of opportunity where Austin and Catherine could have complied, I'm going to place a wild guess that the outcome is grim. Another business that the Ace family thought was going to be a massive success but really just ended up in a mess was the business Silly Juice. On August 1st of 2020, the Ace family also announced the launch of their business Silly Juice. Silly Juice was another one of those social media brands created alongside business partners, planned to be a social media success.
When they say Silly Brand set out to become the first commercially successful line of individually bottled juice products promoted via social media. The result was Silly Juice.
A few months after the brand launched, it announced in-store retail distribution with a few different grocery stores along the West Coast. By November of 2020, Silly Juice was available in 330 stores in Southern California, including Albertsons, Vons, and Pavilions, as well as 160 Albertsons and Safeway stores in Oregon and Southern Washington. Alongside the Ace family, Silly Juice was also co-founded by Keith Davis. There was some initial controversy in the launch of Silly Juice, with bottles being poorly shipped.
I want to mention that some people are having issues with their packages. Luckily, mine came safe. There are some issues with mine, like it looks like someone stuck their finger in mine, and I will talk about that in a second. But overall, mine's sanitary compared to some of these people. So you can see in this quick video, this girl got an order of juice and it literally had one bottle completely drained. Like, you spend over $20 on this stuff, like, and people get multiple packs and it comes drained. Like, girl, I would want my money back ASAP.
And people even finding mold in their bottles. The last Instagram post for the brand was in 2022. At least when I try and click on the Silly Juice website, it says that its security certificate is not trusted. And I've done that a few times and I've become scared for the safety of my computer each time that I do it. And according to the YouTuber Madcaster, there was also a Silly Juice lawsuit.
So Silly Juice is a product of a company called Silly Brands, which is a company that is incorporated in California. The McBrooms and the Ace family, they're not on the board of directors. However, they do have ownership interest in terms of shares.
So Silly Juice was allegedly a product of a company called Silly Brands. And the McBrooms weren't on the board, but they had ownership interest, which basically means they didn't really make any decisions in the company, but they got financial interest in whatever the outcome was.
And my understanding is that Langer's Juice, who is the established juice company partner, plus this man, Keith Davis, who was the one that approached them with this idea in the first place, and the Ace family, they each own like about a third of the shares of the company.
The ownership was split basically three ways between Keith, the business person who approached the Ace family with the idea, the Ace family, and then Langer's Juice Company, who is the one that made the juice. They're the juice behind the juice, you know? But because the company was not really that much of a success and had an initial backlash, when the product launched, Langer's Juice claimed that there was $300,000 of invoices that they were owed.
So basically the McBrooms were supposed to bring their celebrity and their following to this product and make it like an overnight success. And that was the intention from what I understand and from everything that I've read. But now Langer's Juice has come, and because the company really is a failure and there were all kinds of problems with the juice in the beginning, Langer's is saying that Silly Brands did not pay them for over $300,000 worth of invoices.
So they filed a lawsuit which named Keith Davis and Silly Brands, but the Ace family and the McBrooms were not named in the lawsuit.
So Langer's is suing for breach of contract, albeit a verbal contract, and they're asking for damages of $316,821.80 plus interest and attorney's fees. Okay, so that's pretty standard. So what they're saying is that the defendant Silly Brands breached the verbal agreement by sending a text message, a copy of which is attached. And they're saying that basically Keith Davis, the CEO of Silly Brands, says, and he does say, please do not send any more payments to Langer's until further notice. We need to figure this out. And then thereafter, and continuing to the present, Silly Brands refused to and failed to pay Langer Juice based on a series of invoices for co-packing services.
The juice company Langers sued for breach of contract. I think personally, Silly Juice wasn't as profitable of a brand and business as they thought it was going to be. And this was their way of backing out of the agreement, especially once the Ace family were exposed as being kind of shady business partners.
They're also alleging, and gets to the heart of the matter, that Keith Davis never put money into the venture, but apparently it sounds like in reality, the Ace family did either.
The juice company also claims that both Keith and the McBrooms never put in any money into the juice company. Not they were the only ones really investing in it. So eventually the McBrooms completely lost interest and stopped promoting Silly Juice, as they've done time and time again with whatever business they start. Silly brand Langer's Juice with a countersuit claiming they were the ones at fault for the moldy juice and poor packaging. The response that Langer Juice made, in summary, in my perspective, basically was that the Ace family, who was supposed to be the promotional arm of the company, just spread themselves too thin. They started too many businesses all at once and then got distracted and didn't promote any of them enough, and got into controversy with each of those businesses, which just damaged their business reputation. Basically, the Ace family was just doing too much. Tried to eat their fill and gorge on as many businesses as possible, but didn't really promote all the businesses to their full potential. All their business partners became angry and the audience became confused and less interested in each business because it didn't feel genuine. So the audience focused less on what they were promoting and more on what controversies they got into. The businesses fell off, their partners felt like they took all the burden and none of the payoff and became a little angry.
He's saying that if the Ace family was unhappy with Bruce Langer meeting his promises, Alan and his two sons would not have come to visit him at the plant unannounced with the plan to remove Keith Davis. Oh my God, this gets better, people. They were trying to stage a coup. We know they love to try to stage coups. Catherine tried to do it.
Langer Juice also claimed that the McBrooms tried to stage a coup against Keith, the person that brought them into the business in the first place. Like the backstabbers they are.
Alan and Austin and Lanton went to the Langer plant to meet with Bruce Langer because they were going to do a coup to remove Keith Davis as the CEO of Silly Brands and divide up the company between the Langers and the McBrooms. There's going to be a final status conference, and that's scheduled for August 6th of next year. And then the jury trial is scheduled to start on August 20th, 2024.
A final status conference is scheduled for August of this year, as well as a jury trial. But it looks like either way, regardless, Silly Juice is no more. I can't imagine that even after the resolution of this lawsuit, anything will happen with Silly Juice, since whatever opportunity it had to take off fizzled and died out with the drama, the back and forth, and the business lawsuits. And it just boggles my mind how Austin and Catherine continued to attempt takeovers of all the businesses they started. No matter how many times it backfired in their face, they were just never satisfied with a piece of a successful pie. They wanted all of the pie, even if they ended up destroying it all in the process and causing grief to everyone along the way. On June 11th of 2023, Austin and Catherine announced that they were giving away Catherine's Tesla Model X.
Because I am getting a new car, and because this car is still in such a great condition, it looks great, it works great, I was thinking about just giving it to one of you guys.
Hey guys, it's her favorite car, so it's like a big deal. Ace family, all you have to do to have a chance to win Catherine's Tesla is download the Kick app right now and follow us at the Ace family.
All fans had to do to participate was tag 2 friends in the comments, download the Kick app, and follow them on the new streaming platform. The provided terms and conditions, they explicitly state that the winner will be drawn at random, announced on June 25th.
There's only one way to enter the sweepstakes, which involves a few steps, each of which must be completed within the end of the sweepstakes period. Then that just turned into a whole full-time job of being on their live stream just to have a chance to win a giveaway that's supposed to be random.
The couple ended up posting a video that made it seem like they hand-picked a winner in a way that had absolutely nothing to do with the terms that they outlined.
Real quick, we're gonna talk about a little Tesla giveaway real quick. So when it came to picking our Tesla winner, it ended up being actually easier than we thought. I'm gonna give you a little backstory. The reason I say that is because we literally had like 2 other guys along with us looking for somebody who was really a part of the Ace family. Like,
so it's not
like
random.
Doing these giveaways, sometimes like we get really frustrated because we don't really know if the person is like a part of the Ace family. We don't know if someone just comes on, doesn't really know us, and seen us for the first time as watching the stream, right? But in this particular person, our team actually did like their homework and research on this person. This person was one of the very first people to ever buy Ace Family merch.
A Kick live stream was meant to announce the winner. However, a winner was never properly announced. All the live streams that were once available on their Kick have been wiped since, and all the posts that Austin and Catherine made about the giveaway were deleted from their Instagram. There are 3 different types of giveaways: sweepstakes, contests, and lotteries. Based on the condition of this giveaway, it could be classified as a sweepstake, which is a promotional giveaway where participants have a chance to win prizes based on chance rather than skill. And sweepstakes are often open to anyone who meets specified entry requirements. However, the Ace family continued to send mixed messaging about what people would need to do to win this giveaway, seemingly continually changing the requirements. At one point, Austin even made a video making it seem like fans would need to tune in to every single live stream the Ace family was doing in order to win the giveaway.
He said in order to win, you would have to be in all of the live streams they were doing, commenting, interacting, and he would actually have people go and check.
All we ask you to do is to support us on Kick and to tune in to every live that we have in the next 2 weeks and just be active in the chat. We have a team that's gonna check the chat out. They've been checking the chat out all day today since we've been on live and showing who shows the most love and support. That's literally it.
Even worse, Austin and Catherine mentioned how the winner was someone who bought merch from their site. This was no longer a sweepstakes, but instead a lottery. Another violation of their terms and conditions, which specifically said no payment necessary. Austin and Catherine broke federal law, and there are fines associated with violating sweepstakes and contest laws. The Federal Trade Commission can assess fines for each violation between $5,000 and $50,000. And the Federal Communications Commission fine companies up to $4,000 per violation. Some sweepstakes also fall under the United States Postal Service, and those fines are as high as $2 million. Eventually, it's fair to say that the actions of the Ace family became downright harmful. They went beyond the confinements of greed to a troubled mind that was lashing out and testing how far they could go with their audience, no matter the cost. In my opinion, they were testing the limits of their wrath. On May 29th of 2021, Austin and Catherine led a parade of their supporters down Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, California.
I can't see nothing.
McBroom and social media marketing executive Shiraz Hassan posted a flyer on their social media accounts advertising the event while the McBrooms were leading the parade, and tons of people showed up. Various media outlets, including the Los Angeles Times, reported that the meetup caused Rodeo Drive to shut down between 4:50 and 6:19 p.m. In response, the city of Beverly Hills sued Austin and Shiraz Hassan, claiming the pair organized, voted, and attended the unsanctioned YouTube takeover parade, seeking monetary damages of no less than $200,000. City of Beverly Hills alleges that McBroom and Hassan staged the gathering to drum up publicity for McBroom's June 2021 boxing match against Bryce Hall, but no one ever applied or received a permit for the parade. That the city actually found out about the parade through Austin's social media posts, and that after the city viewed Austin's social media posts, Beverly Hills planned for 35 police officers plus 7 Santa Monica police officers, 13 guards, 1 airship, and other personnel to assist in the event of mass arrests. That has happened before, where a parade turns into a riot or some mass catastrophe happens. It's so unfortunate, but it does happen. It's extremely dangerous to try and host a parade unplanned with no resources available like that. It puts a lot of people in danger. Fortunately, the LA Times did report that no arrests took place, and it doesn't seem like anything terrible happened that day. After 2 hours, the complaint says that Beverly Hills police were able to disperse the crowd and clean up all the trash that was left behind. Hassan even documented the police presence at the parade, posting an Instagram video with the caption, "No other influencer or celebrity has ever shut down Beverly Hills." Who even is this guy? Apparently his Instagram page says he's supposed to help make people famous.
Remember, when I built Kim Kardashian's career.
Is that how I go? I don't remember that shit.
It's just embarrassing for him to be even involved in this situation. Both Hassan and McBroom were personally served and chose to ignore the lawsuit, resulted in the city of Beverly Hills having to file a default judgment in July of 2022. The city was seeking $21,037 in damages and $2,455 in costs. In their court papers, the city lawyers states the unruly parade littered trash and debris on the city streets and turned chaotic and dangerous. The city was forced to expend significant sums of money to ensure the safety of the public and to abate the nuisance with law enforcement and other personnel. These are grown-ass adults, and this could have been so dangerous. Literally, what were they thinking? But apparently, this parade was all a part of a strategy to promote Social Gloves, which was a boxing event that Austin McBroom was putting on. Marketing genius here. You can already tell Social Gloves was going to be a massive event with the out-of-the-box marketing strategies that Austin McBroom had in mind. Austin McBroom began an internet feud, I guess, with TikToker Bryce Hall in early December of 2020, with a boxing match being booked between the two shortly afterwards. So that's how you know the internet beef is real and definitely not staged, is when they book a boxing match between the two right after. It's undeniable that social media boxing events have become almost strategic aspect of a lot of YouTubers' careers. The actual events themselves can generate a lot of money if you're smart about it through pay-per-view purchases, in-person tickets, sponsorships, and endorsements, but also leading up to the event itself through YouTube and other social media platforms, the influencers can cross-promote each other, reaching an even broader audience beyond their usual viewership. Even if you're supposedly hating each other in the actual boxing event, if you're making engaging content, getting ready to box each other, one person's audience is going to want to see what the other person is doing to prepare for the fight and vice versa. So again, it's a great way to sort of enmesh the two audiences. It's also why the Logan Paul and KSI boxing match was so strategic, because you had a UK audience and a US audience really submerging and watching one another's content as they prepared for the fight and really squeezed as much juice as they could out of it. The alleged beef can also just turn into a lot of content opportunity as they share their workout routine, diet plan, preparation strategies. It sounds cynical, but I guess as someone who's been following this content for a while, I can't help but see these events as primarily a content strategy, especially for content creators who have sort of run out of ideas or hit their ceiling with whatever audience they have in a given arena of social media. For example, though the Ace family was massive at the time time that the boxing event was happening, their growth was definitely slowing down. It was almost like they grew as much as they possibly could in the YouTube family content category. At that same time, TikTok was rapidly taking off, and you had all these new TikTokers fresh on the scene who were reaching pretty fast growth. So by Austin McBroom doing a boxing event with all these young and fresh TikTokers, he in turn gained access to all of their audience as they posted about this event.
I've been going crazy. I think it's been about 5 years since I've actually been conditioned.
Yeah, dude.
So
Yeah, you're gonna need it.
yeah, I think I'll be just fine. I've been a D1 athlete.
Yeah, just making sure.
You know, I'm a D1 athlete. Been doing this for a while. I know what hard work and dedication is.
When was the last time you did that?
Said 5 years ago.
This boxing event was dubbed YouTubers versus TikTokers, Battle of the Platforms, and was going to be streamed on LiveX Live, which is an important factor to pay attention to. Also, the promotional photo, I don't know who this guy is, but there's this one guy on the bottom right who's just looks so out of place because he's just smiling. He just looks happy to be there. Everyone else is very serious. There's harsh lighting. I think his was taken in a completely different place, his photo for this event. And then there's just him. He's just smiling. And yeah, he's my favorite. I want to root for him. I want to be his friend. Whoever you are, I hope you're doing good. He just seems happy to be there. The event took place on June 12th, 2021 at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens in Florida. The event was pay-per-view broadcast on LiveX Live. The YouTuber Fuzi was the ring announcer, while the event featured performances by DJ Khaled,
Somebody should have told you. Louder! Even louder! Even louder!
Lil Baby, Migos, and Trippie Redd, which those are expensive people. If I remember anything from Fyre Fest, it's how expensive it is to secure artists. After the boxing event, Team YouTube came out victorious with 6 wins and only 1 loss, and Austin defeated Bryce Hall. After the event, tons of highlights, recaps, and behind-the-scene footage was shared, which you'd think meant that the event was overall a success. But then again, if you think that, then you don't know Austin McBroom. Around 2 weeks after the boxing match, BFF's podcast uploaded a podcast. Josh Richards claimed that the event participants hadn't been paid. Host Dave Portnoy said that he heard people hadn't received their money yet, and Josh responded saying fighters didn't get paid, artists didn't get paid, no one got paid.
I'm seeing this everywhere since the fights, and I saw Gruen also, one of the announcers was like, I didn't get paid, and Gruen, I think, was like, I told you so. But
the problem is, though, he's right. Did you see what he was tweeting like 3 months ago about the fight? He was like, no one's gonna get paid.
But did the fighters not get paid?
Nope.
Nobody got paid.
Fighters didn't get paid. Artists didn't get paid. No one got paid, I'm pretty sure.
So Bryce Hall didn't get any money?
Not from what I know, and I haven't got to actually talk to Bryce, I guess, yet, but since after the fight has happened, all the reports have said that no one's gotten paid. They've gotten their signing bonuses, which was like probably 100K, 50K, depending on the fighter. None of the other money's come through.
Are they telling them when they will get paid, or are they just leading them on?
They must be saying they're getting paid, because this would be a
I
huge
am 95%
story.
sure that they filed for bankruptcy like 2 days ago or something like that.
Josh even added, I heard there was suing involved already. I'm gonna bank on the side that you're gonna see these fighters all get paid really, really soon. Less than 24 hours later, Social Gloves responded an Instagram story saying they were working tirelessly to verify the financial results of the event. They claimed they hired a first-class forensic financial auditor, which I don't think you need to be doing all that to just get people their money, but good to know. Make sure that all the amounts are properly accounted for, and that their sincere hope is to pay every fighter and every talent who participated on a reasonable timeline. That's your sincere hope, while the fighters were basically expecting to generate millions of dollars. The event did not produce the number of pay-per-view purchases that Austin McBroom had anticipated. In the end, the event only sold 136,000 subscriptions, and they expected almost 5 times that amount of 500,000 subscriptions, with packages that started at $49.99 and went up to $89.99. So the event's total profits were significantly lower than the production team's goal of $200 million to around $500 million, which expecting to make $200 million to $500 million off of an event with a bunch of TikTokers and YouTubers punching each other in the face, minimum just off of the pay-per-view purchases, the event made under $6.8 million. At a maximum, the event made around $12.2 million. Literally $187 million away from their goal.
Austin did not listen to any of the advice from any of the companies that were advising him. They told him he needed to do better marketing strategies, that just organic traffic from them alone would not be enough. But Austin chose not to listen and said that he was gonna draw all of the traffic they needed to make all these millions of dollars. And it just didn't happen, and I would venture to guess that the event probably didn't even break even, which is why they can't pay any of the fighters.
Austin, who was a partial owner of Social Gloves at the time, posted a statement on Instagram saying it was one of the biggest social media events in history, and the real numbers, which are being tallied by an accounting firm and first-class auditor, will come out soon. It's getting secondhand embarrassment. Tana Mongeau tweeted about this whole catastrophe. It's no surprise that fighters aren't getting paid, considering McBroom owns most of Social Gloves. Austin McBroom responded by saying, "Not the most desperate human speaking on shit she doesn't know about, and that every fighter, including myself, will be getting paid, and a lawsuit is happening, and it's not with Social Gloves, dum-dum." Although Tana was just speaking the truth, because a quick search in the US Patent and Trademark Office directory shows that Social Gloves is owned by a McBroom-owned company. Also, throughout this video, Austin says the most brutal and harsh things to Tana Mongeau. Owner of the Social Gloves trademark is Ace Hat Collections. Are we surprised? No, we're not. It's no surprise that Austin would try and create a promotion company. Jake Paul has done the same thing, and as boxing became more popularized, especially with influencers, promotion companies basically are a way to have more control over the fights that take place and a way to get a larger cut out of whatever's happening. The classic Austin McBroom way, he just has no idea what he's doing and everything falls apart. Speaking of Jake Paul, after the boxing event, Jake Paul took to Twitter to compare Austin McBroom to the founder of Fire Festival. Because Jake Paul has his own promotion company and is at least educated on how to sell boxing events, it is interesting to hear his opinion on Social Gloves and how and why it went so wrong. Jake said in a tweet that followers don't equal pay-per-view buys. And months before the event, Jake and his brother Logan predicted the outcome of YouTubers versus TikTokers. Not basically, they wouldn't be able to sell a third of what the organizers predicted regarding pay-per-view sales.
They're not selling that. I'm sorry.
I
They
told
won't
him.
sell. They won't sell a third of what they think.
Hey,
they're gonna sell.
I told Austin exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
Jeff made a bet with him.
Bryce Hall talked with reporters from the Hollywood Fix, saying that he was in legal talks with the organization to secure his lost wages.
Have you heard anything from them?
Yeah. Legally, we're talking to them.
Okay, so will you guys be getting paid, or what's going on?
I'm sure everything will come out very soon.
According to Bryce, he was supposed to earn $5 million from the event, as well as 4% from the pay-per-view sales.
Okay, what do you plan on getting with the $5 million? I know you said you're gonna get your
My mama
house, okay?
Yeah.
And you wanted a Rolls Royce?
No. I thought I was gonna get like a nice car, but then I was really thinking about it.
Yeah.
Kind of loving my Tesla.
Okay, so you're no cars in the future.
I think I'm just gonna get my mom a house.
Yeah.
During an interview with The Cruise Show, Jake spoke on the matter again.
I heard this rumor that Austin hasn't paid the other fighter.
Yeah, that I'm pretty sure that's a true statement. You know, they thought they were gonna sell a certain amount of pay-per-views, and they didn't sell anywhere near that, and he spent way too much money putting the event on. So yeah, probably has to like bankrupt the company. It's harder to sell pay-per-views than people think. You have to build
put on a show, right?
Well, first of all, yeah, you have to put on a show, but people I think want real fights, and they're not gonna be like duped by.
They can smell it coming, dog.
And to come out and hit their first event ever and charge $60 with an audience that is very technically savvy, there was a ton of illegal streams.
And the conflict reached a boiling point when Simply Greatness Productions filed a lawsuit against LiveX Live. LiveX Live refusal to release a single penny of the event's proceeds, even when SGP requested that it pay the fighters directly, demonstrates that it has no regard for the individuals who made the event an unprecedented success. Essentially, it feels like Austin's team tried to get ahead of all the backlash by just pushing the blame onto LiveX Live, who were used to broadcast the event. And they claimed that the media company was withholding all the revenue that was generated through pay-per-view purchases, even insinuating that because they were holding on to it, they must be lying about how much money was made. Given LiveX Live's actions, SGP has no choice but to request that the court intervene, pry the funds from LiveX Live's clutches, and pay those owed amounts, including the fighters. SGP looks forward to receiving full transparency and getting the fighters and talent paid. In an interview with Paparazzi 3 days later, Austin addressed the situation, claiming LiveX Live was the one to blame.
For the past couple weeks, I've been used as a punching bag. I've been having to bite my tongue for several reasons. One reason is I didn't want to be sued. But now that the lawsuit is filed against LiveX Live, Social Gloves is suing LiveX Live for several reasons. Obviously, you guys know the two rumors that have been going around, and it sucks because nowadays on social media, rumors are just people saying he say, she say. No one really knows anything, right? So the two rumors are Social Gloves is bankrupt, which is cap. It's false. It's not true. Social Gloves is not bankrupt at all.
Austin confirmed that the fighters had not been paid yet, but claimed that it was because LiveX Live has not paid Social Gloves 1 penny.
Everyone thinks that Social Gloves just did everything. No. Social Gloves partnered with LiveX Live, who live streamed it and collected everybody's money, right? So the reason why the fighters haven't got paid yet is because LiveX Live has been holding on to all the funds. They have not paid Social Gloves 1 penny. And that's why Social Gloves is suing LiveX Live.
This lawsuit just feels like a way for Austin to try and buy more time for himself. Austin reiterated that no one really knows how much pay-per-view sales they really made, with rumors ranging from 100,000 to 2 million. And he added that fighters will be paid before the next event.
It's unfortunate because no one really knows the number of pay-per-view buys we did.
How long do you think it'll take for the fighters to get paid?
Hearing from me, straight from me, the fighters will be paid before the next event. Because Social Gloves 2 is coming very soon.
A week later, LiveX Live subsequently countersued Austin and his company, Simply Greatness Productions, seeking $100 million in damages. The lead attorney representing LiveX Live, Jeffrey Katz, told Insider that the money made by the event won't meet the expenses and contracts incurred by Austin McBroom. That the whole event was built on a stack of lies.
On one occasion, Austin McBroom would boast that we don't need to do marketing, we have 6 million impressions. People who enjoy watching someone's YouTube videos does not mean they'll automatically buy your $50 product.
It was only when the final numbers came out that SGP tried to flip the narrative, all of a sudden coming out and accusing LiveX Live of cheating and diverting sales. Meanwhile, the McBrooms tried to never publicly admit fault. And at this moment in the video, can we talk about Austin McBroom's dad for a second, Alan McBroom? Throughout the whole YouTubers versus TikTokers event, Alan was posting on his social media about flying a private jet.
Here's Alan McBroom, Austin's dad, showing pictures of the family flying private from Los Angeles to Miami just for the fight.
Alan is also involved in the company Ace Hat Collections Incorporated and always seems to have his hand in the Ace family businesses. What is going on with that? There's something a little bit strange about how involved the dad has been. Alan McBroom is just always around and looming in the background. He's involved in a lot of weird, sinister aspects of the Ace family, yet never gets the blame or the backlash. It's just strange. But anyways, as predicted, the money for the boxers never came, and so many of the boxers had to sue as well. Taylor Holder, one of the boxers for the event, tweeted, "It's public now. We trained hard and fought hard. A lot of people didn't get paid, including our coaches. We won't stop fighting. writing. For now, my attorney Bobby Samini has filed a lawsuit to make things right. We held up our end of the deal and expect the same in return from Social Gloves. TikTokers Taylor Holder and Nate Wyatt filed a lawsuit against McBroom and SGP, stating they had only received a fraction of the money they were promised. The lawsuit filing states that McBroom promised that the event would make $500 million in profit. That's just embarrassing to say that. Taylor Holder slated to receive $2 million, Wyatt with $500,000. Why are you giving teenagers millions? I'm sorry, but like, what has our world come to? Taylor Holder says he was paid $85,000 upon signing, but he was guaranteed $2 million or 2% adjusted gross revenue for the event. Broom also allegedly tried to pay Holder his $85,000 deposit with a backpack filled with cash. Now, Austin McBroom's business manager allegedly warned McBroom that he was spending like a drunken sailor, and later even urged him to cancel the event because of concerns that the event would end up insolvent. Lil Baby even allegedly invested into this, and lawyers for Harden and Lil Baby demanded the return of their $2 million investment plus $400,000 in promised profits. He really got one over on a lot of people with this event, claiming it would make $500 million. They were even joined in the lawsuit by Bryce Hall, who was promised $5 million. And then when the fight numbers came in below expectations, their lawyer Samini claims that Austin McBroom hired a bankruptcy attorney. This attorney sent a letter to the fighters saying, "In light of the apparent underperformance of the event, our firm has been retained to represent SGP in connection with either a workout of the claims of all of its creditors, or if a workout is not feasible, a likely bankruptcy filing." In December of 2021, Austin reportedly settled his lawsuits with pay-per-view provider Live One, formerly known as LiveX Live. Live One agreed to pay $3 million of the proceeds from the event to applicable payees who are owed money for their participation in the boxing match. And earlier that month, Taylor Holder settled his $2 million lawsuit with Austin as well. Feels like basically no one wanted to admit that the event was a failure, so instead they all just pointed fingers at one another, asking other parties to pay what was promised to one another, when in reality they all just had to cut their losses and move on. They did the YouTubers versus TikTokers boxing event, and then somehow thought it was a good idea to throw another boxing event, and Son Gibb called out Austin McBroom in a video for a boxing match.
This next fight is all about sweet, sweet revenge. Austin McBroom, I'm coming for you, son.
And their fight was officially announced for the summer of 2022. And this fight would be under Social Gloves once again. However, the fight was significantly smaller than YouTubers versus TikTokers, and it didn't have nearly as much marketing leading up to the event. They both also just didn't feel like they really wanted to be there at all.
Austin McBroom saying it's not going 3 rounds. Austin McBroom and Gibb, ladies and gentlemen, Saturday night, Bank of California Stadium here in Los Angeles. Again, gentlemen, keep your hands to yourself.
But maybe Austin needed whatever money he could get to pay his lawsuits. The venue was also substantially smaller. The names on the fight card were even smaller, which made sense due to the likely massive budget restrictions. But most shocking or satisfying of all was that come fight night, Gibb knocked out Austin McBroom. Gibb was paid a $50,000 flat fee for his win over McBroom. Highest earner on the card was former NFL star Le'Veon Bell, who was paid $250,000, and went up against Adrian Peterson, who earned only $15,000. I mean, those are still high numbers, but definitely very different compared to the $2 million and $5 million that Austin was promising in his first Social Gloves event. Landon McBroom, Austin's Landon's younger brother, has also done some depraved and immoral things that I think are worth mentioning. Landon McBroom had a 5-year relationship with a woman named Shyla Walker, and together they had a daughter named Celine. But viewers often noticed that Landon had a lot of red flags that he would exhibit throughout the relationship.
Early on in our relationship, I had some issues. I was very jealous, overprotective, overbearing, just OD boyfriend at times. Never was I, let me get that out there, but I definitely was more toxic and causing more fights, and sometimes verbally to a state.
Landon and Shyla created their own YouTube channel called This Is LNS. He was able to gain an audience fairly quickly off of the following of the Ace family, gained 3 million subscribers at its peak. At some point, Shyla posted a solo video on the channel saying that Landon was going to be focusing on boxing and she was going to be taking over the channel. But that takeover never really happened.
This Is LNS is no longer. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Landon is really focused on boxing and he's taking it really serious. We decided that I would take over and this will now become my channel.
Shyla also claims that during her and Landon's relationship, Landon made her pay for the YouTube channel investment, amongst a ton of other things, once they both decided to start it, and then he backed out of it. A family trait, it seems.
He was like, basically, you're on your own, like, figure it out. He was not contributing financially in any way. The YouTube was the only thing that he was contributing financially to. I was paying his entire boxing career, the other half the rent, all of our cars, his McLaren, all of our employees, and funding businesses that we both invested to separately. Our monthly expenses were about $50,000.
Not too long after, Shyla posted to her own YouTube channel a video titled The Truth. The video is nearly 50 minutes long and goes into some pretty heavy subjects of abuse. Shyla claims that Landon was very abusive in their relationship, verbal, emotional, and physical in nature.
He was abusive physically, verbally, emotionally, you name it.
Shyla mentions how her and Landon initially broke up because Landon wanted to see other people like his brother does, and Shyla wasn't down with that. So they broke up. And Shyla noticed that Landon and his mother started acting very strange. And Shyla talked about something that feels interesting in hindsight after looking at the pattern of behavior with the Ace family. That's the point in the video where Shyla mentions that Landon and his mother, Nicole, were plotting to take all of the money out of Shyla's account, basically staging another strange relationship business coup heist, more like, once Landon and Shyla broke up, and essentially stealing money from her in the process, it sounds like.
His mother was sending him exact amounts of what was in my account. They had went through my personal information and she was logged into my personal business banking accounts completely separate from Landon, which is extremely illegal, by the way. They were plotting on how to take my money, and my heart dropped. I'm like, oh my God.
I literally have to record this because I don't believe you. I saw your mom going through my bank information.
Which made me wonder, and this is just entirely speculatory, but is this just what they do? How they make money or handle their business or something? Not just Austin and Catherine, but the entire McBroom family. I wonder about their parents and their businesses and how they became so well off, especially if the first thing they jump to when anything happens is, let's stage a coup, isolate that person from all their financial accounts, and take all the money they have. The fact that they so comfortably did it to a family member who shares a biological daughter with you makes me wonder what other shady businesses they've been wrapped up with, especially considering when Shyla went to have a meeting with Landon and the McBroom mother, Nicole, it seemed to her like they pre-orchestrated everything to screw her over financially.
Agreed to pay me back all the money he owed me. Did you get him to write it in contract? Is there a contract? No, then you're not getting any of it back. And don't bother consulting a lawyer because I already talked to one. You're not getting any of it back. So cold and calculated. Whenever I think about him, I see the same image of him in my head. I see in that moment he was sitting next to her with his arms crossed, like leaning back, like he knew this was gonna happen. and he's smiling, and he's like, yep. And he's smiling, looking at me like this, knowing they had just completely tried to fuck me over. I had been busting my ass, paying for everything his entire career for months under the guise that he was gonna pay me back, he was gonna pay me back. He was smiling and he thought it was funny. He thought, I could see just like the evilness in his eyes. He thought this was a game.
She also accused Landon of, at one point, trying to kidnap her daughter, being handed Solene to an employee named Joe and telling him to leave with the baby.
I saw Joe walk with Sol onto the street, leave the front yard and go onto the sidewalk. So I'm like, Joe, give me my daughter. And I'm trying like my hardest not to like, you know, panic, but I could feel my like panic levels starting to rise. I'm like, Joe, give me my baby. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Give me my baby. And then I see him, he's turning the corner towards where his car is parked. And then I really started panicking.
Which has to be so traumatic to experience that. Shyla includes a video of herself crying in the car, talking about how scared she was of what's happening and just saying over and over again, I'm not crazy.
Like, you can call me crazy, you can call me, I'm sure I'm up right now, dude. I just went through the worst thing in my life. Like, I could not trust you. I want to be able to trust you with our daughter. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm scared you're going to take her and, like, try to keep her there and try to say, like, I'm crazy. Like, I'm terrified of that. Like, I don't want you to take my daughter. Like, she is literally all I have. Like, I can't trust you. Yes, you and your mom is the biggest thing right now. Like, I confirmed. I don't know what you guys are trying to do behind the scenes, and I don't trust it. You betrayed me. Like, I can't even, I'm not ready to even, like, heal from that. Like, I just wish you wouldn't do the shady shit that you do. Like, I want to trust you as her dad. And right now, yeah, Mama, we're sitting parked right now in the car because I'm fearful to go home. I believe they're trying to kidnap my daughter. Proof of them gaslighting, trying to tell the whole world I'm crazy and trying to convince other people. They've stolen. Landon and his mom have stolen. And like, I'm literally out here in my house shoes. Like, I just left with her. Like, I'm terrified they're gonna take my baby, and I'm not crazy.
In addition, Shyla's had problems with Austin and Catherine due to them not respecting her desire to not have her daughter filmed and exploited. Catherine posted a 15-minute video to her own Instagram stories defending Landon and basically attacking Shyla for taking this public. But if you're being called crazy over and over again and your character's sort of being annihilated, sometimes you feel like the only thing you have left to do is air everything out publicly and let others decide.
I'm gonna be completely honest and vulnerable, up front with you guys, just real and like authentic in the way that I know I can be. So I want to get on here and talk to you guys about Shyla and what she's been saying, and the lies that she's been spreading. And I find that, like, in life there's like a way of handling things, and then there's a way that you go about things, and you get the consequences. And I feel like Shyla just going on the internet and just being super immature and saying things that aren't true and not coming to me personally. If you have a problem with me, you gotta come to me personally.
On top of that, the law must have seen evidence of the abuse Shyla detailed, as a judge was able to grant her a restraining order against Landon. And even more recently, Shyla sent Landon a cease and desist because he kept posting old pictures of her and her daughter on his Snapchat. Imagine you break up with someone and then they post photos of you on their Snapchat. Okay, especially if that person is your abuser. It has a bit of a sinister undertone.
You all have done as a whole, the entire family, could have possibly been out of love. Not one of you. Every single one of you were conspiring to hurt me.
The family as a whole has inflicted a lot of damage onto other people in their attempt to carve a better path for themselves. Instead of slowing down, making amends, admitting fault, the McBrooms never apologized. Their pride only grew stronger and stronger, as if they were deserving of greater and greater things. Therefore, their treatment of others is justified. Their faults can never fully be acknowledged publicly.
Money tree, which gives us hope, lets us know that we can move forward with our success, correct?
Oh my God. Okay.
The Ace family initially moved into their mega colossal mansion that contained all the shades of gray in the universe in the latter half of 2019.
You love me so I could have been complacent. Not afraid of the battles I've been facing. Nothing that you do is ever wasted. And you got the fire like I'm blazing. Cause I'm just trying to copy on a
Oh, hello there. Their house tour video has accumulated over 23 million views. How did they create such a masterpiece of architecture and color? What they did with their genius minds of home mastery is the McBrooms connected two other mansions together through an expansion that created a new entryway.
This is a completely new construction. So it was two houses before, and we literally combined them together.
This is where there was a gap between both the houses, and so they literally had to recreate this area. That's why it's so unique and so high. And it kind of reminds me of like a hotel lobby in a way. It's just massive entry.
Because I want my house to have the cold, distant feeling of a hotel lobby where you feel like stay is temporary. Well, it was for Austin and Catherine. According to Zillow, the house is 12,000 square feet, the size of a hotel, and has 12 bedrooms and 13 bathrooms, and a 6-car garage. In the entry of the McBrooms hotel lobby, there's a Steinway baby grand piano that can play itself. A used Steinway piano can cost anywhere between $30,000 and $70,000.
Steinway, please play something that welcomes the Ace family to the house.
We wanted a piano for the house. Obviously, we want Ellen and Leia to eventually learn how to play the piano. I actually want to learn how to play the piano. So we went in to go look at pianos, and we were like gonna walk out, and then the lady was like, "Okay, wait, no. Before you guys leave, you guys have to see this piano plays by itself." And then Austin was like, "Sold."
Catherine said that she and Austin didn't know how to play piano, but she hoped that she and her children would learn. They never did. While some people might question why a family would ever need a massive home like this, Austin and Catherine often talked about how they had a lot of people coming in and out of the home. A lot of team members were there with them. They had a private chef, their assistants, people that helped create their content, which I guess makes it more understandable why the home is so large, but also I can't imagine living in a house like that as a child. It would make me feel like I'm on a set 24/7 and that I don't actually have a home or a space for myself. And even though there were 12 bedrooms, the McBrooms daughters, Elle and Aaliyah, shared a bedroom and a playroom. Both rooms were like the size of Austin and Catherine's closet.
Over here to your right, this room is the girls' playroom. And currently it is a little messy right now just because we're waiting for someone special to create something out of it. On the other side, we have the girls' actual room where they'll be sleeping together, hopefully sometime soon.
Alright, so here we're planning on putting their bed. Probably gonna get like a full size or a king size neck for them. The TV's right there just for like, you know, background noise or whatever.
And when they showed their closet in the home tour, it was decorated before their kids' rooms were, with Austin's hundreds of pairs of expensive sneaker collection already placed in the closet.
So over here we have a walk-in closet, and here we have my side on the right, and we have Austin's side on the left. And he decided earlier to put his shoes on my side.
The newly conjoined backyard featured a basketball court, a golf putt, and a swimming pool.
All right, Ace family's time. Welcome to the Ace family's backyard.
Uh-oh.
Austin, no! No! No, why? Oh my god, Austin!
The the iconic splashy swimming pool. Just a few weeks after moving into the new home, the Ace family faced controversy when Austin McBroom rode a jet ski in the family's backyard pool. Because that's super responsible to do in front of your children. And he did it multiple times, apparently. After filming himself splashing copious amounts of water off the side of the pool, McBroom's neighbors reportedly complained to the city that they caused mudslides on his property, destroying his grapevines.
So this account, Joseph Cabrera posted, "Can the next D-bag of the day be the YouTuber, the Ace family, for riding a jet ski in their pool and creating mud slides that destroy my uncle's property and grapes? They have done it multiple times and we've told the city about, but they continue to do so." And guys, this video is nuts. There is an actual mud slide. Austin McBroom in his tiny little pool with the jet ski is causing a mud slide.
In the house tour video, you can hear Joseph's uncle screaming, "Stop." And it is the same person yelling "stop" in the video that Joseph tweeted that I believe his uncle took.
Fellow YouTuber Certified Good Takes Drew Gooden tweeted, "The Ace family continually does something that is directly hurting someone else. Also, the Ace family, we're just minding our own business." I don't think that's how minding your own business works. Though the Ace family didn't directly address anything on social media, Catherine tweeted, "People just hate to see happy people minding their own business, living their life and staying in their own lane." You creating mudslides and destroying other people's property is not the definition of staying in your own lane. I think that is literally sliding into someone else's lane. Their pride refuses to allow them to admit any fault. Any fault. This is a clear you are in the wrong here. That was a dumb, stupid move, Austin. But this amazing, awesome, mega hotel lobby house wasn't able to last very long. In May of 2021, according to a notice of default issued by a debt collection company and served to the McBroom residents, they had 90 days to pay back their lender. From my understanding of how the Ace family set up this mortgage that they had on this strange home was they had two different loans set up. One was for like a very small percentage of the loan required for this house, and one was for the majority of the house. And this majority loan was a very high interest loan that had to be paid back within a pretty short amount of time compared to other, 30-year mortgages. So it was basically an extremely high stakes loan and extremely dangerous to get into. And I have no idea why anyone in their right mind would ever do that. But when they went into this loan and agreement, it was around the same time that the Ace family was at their height and they were starting all of these big businesses. It was like Catherine Skincare, Silly Juice, tons of merch, Ace Club. I can see how maybe in their mind they thought all of these companies were going to be massively successful and they were going to be multi-millionaires. So there was no risk in getting a high interest loan and just going all in on this house. Problem is there's always risk involved. No matter who you are, you can always overspend. No matter how much you make, you can always live above your means. It seems like that's exactly what's happened here. And eventually, guess what? The money runs out. The money stops coming in as good as it used to. Even with the best businesses in the world who make tons and tons and tons of money, they have their high points, and it's never good to assume that they will always be at that point. The debt collection company's notice leaked in July of 2021. A legal document pertaining to a potential eviction circulated online, along with a Zillow posting of the home. Documents stated that the Ace family had failed to produce mortgage payments and taxes. The listing stated that the house was in pre-foreclosure, and it did not take long for Austin to respond to this claim, because of course he doesn't want his image ruined by something like this. He wrote in an Instagram story post, "Stop capping on me and my family's name. Ain't nobody getting evicted. Ain't nobody moving. Stop believing everything you hear haters say on the internet. If we were moving, we definitely would have informed the world and made a video about it. Have a good rest of your day." Meanwhile, Catherine wrote on Snapchat that the chatter around her house foreclosing was a blessing. "False narratives and untrue rumors have been a blessing in disguise," she wrote. "They made me appreciate how blessed I am and get closer to God. I feel so alive." Then on August 30th, a notice of trustees sale was sent to the McBrooms that stated that their property would be put up for auction for an estimated $9.3 million. But on October 19th, the home failed to attract any potential buyers. No one wanted to buy the conjoined mega colossal mansion hotel lobby home with all these shades of gray. By this point, the legal ownership of the home was returned to the beneficiary, called Five Arch Funding Corporation, and at this point, the McBrooms no longer owned the home, from my understanding, and it seems like basically the house was just a massive mess, total disaster. However, because of California's non-judicial foreclosure law, Five Arch Funding Corporation would need to file and win an eviction lawsuit, so another lawsuit, to make the McBrooms leave the property, so they couldn't be evicted if they voluntarily left or paid the remaining debt. On November 28th of 2021, the couple addressed the situation in a video, which was titled "Our House Story." Our house in the middle of a foreclosure process. We made our bed and now we won't be able to lie in it. Catherine said that the contractor hired to build the house was not actually a licensed contractor and was actually using someone else's contracting license, which they allege they were unaware of for 2 years. Catherine went on to claim that because of that, this contractor was able to get everyone on his team to screw them, including the architect and the realtor. So they got scammed?
The contractor who was on site, who created the relationship with Austin, who got Austin to basically be interested in the house. He was not a licensed contractor and he was using someone else's contracting license, and we were unaware of it for 2 years, okay?
The pair said that they went into escrow without getting the certificate of occupancy, though they claimed that they were promised they would be getting it imminently, but they were never given it. A certificate of occupancy is a document issued by Building and Safety which certifies that a commercial space or newly constructed residential building has been inspected for compliance with the California Building Standards Code and local ordinances which govern construction and occupancy. It seems like it's the very most basic level of building something and then living in that place to have a certificate of occupancy. It feels like it's basically saying, I built this thing and the government says it's livable. So if it's something that you're not able to obtain, you shouldn't just be like, okay, let me live in there anyways. You should instead be concerned for your family's safety and maybe not live in that place. If someone's denying a structure's certificate of occupancy, that's probably a very bad sign. Catherine claims in this video that when you don't have a certificate of occupancy, you don't have gas in your house because it's illegal. As a result, they never had gas while living there.
Let me explain something. When you don't have a certificate of occupancy, you don't have gas in your house. It's illegal. So we've never had gas. So just so you guys know, our winters are getting really cold in LA. We live in a glass house. Our winters, our first winter that we spent, I was pregnant with my son and I had 2 babies. We were freezing in our house. We were so freaking cold. There was no heat, no nothing.
We're saying since we didn't have the certificate of occupancy, we didn't have like a lot of these things like hot water.
Yeah. Well, we had hot water.
We had temporary.
A temporary like hot water. It's like really janky. Just so you guys guys know, when we
Because-
first
because
moved
think
into our
about it.
house, we didn't have hot water, and I was giving my babies
Yeah.
full baths
Because
because
they're-
I didn't have a
think about it,
choice.
'cause
The first thing that made the couple realize they'd been screwed out of a bad deal in their home, the front door, which after 3 weeks started to warp and change in the heat and the sun because they allege it was made out of plywood and not mahogany.
When we moved into our house, and literally not even 3 weeks in living in our house, my front door was warping. So basically, like, the heat was making the door like fall apart.
Catherine also showed videos of the house leaking water through various places in the ceiling, which a house is not meant to do. Austin and Catherine continually deny that they didn't pay their bills and claim that they were paying their bills, but that their lack of certificate of occupancy meant that they struggled to get loans. And that was why they went under foreclosure. Overall, it just sounds like they had a really weird mortgage structure set up, because I'm not an expert on mortgages, but I thought you just have one loan for your mortgage and you try and stick with that loan. But maybe what happened was they had a construction loan for the building of the house. It was very high interest. Then they tried to convert it into a traditional loan, but since they didn't have a certificate of occupancy, no one would allow them to convert it. And so they were kind of in this weird mortgage limbo, paying a high interest construction loan on a property that wasn't meant for that. That was what they thought was completely built, but had its issues and wasn't really supposed to be occupied, or, you know, was poorly built. That's my best guess on what they're trying to say. It just sounds like they have no idea how to like be adults or live as human beings. But even though Catherine and Austin kept saying that they got screwed by the contractor, they just want to move on. As far as us suing anybody, like, we should be suing these people, but yeah, time and energy, like, I'm just so over it. I just want to move on. Yeah, we lost millions of dollars in this house, but we just got a new house. While we never know the full situation, I must speculate that Catherine and Austin are pretty sue happy, if that is a phrase. They like to sue. So the fact that they never sued the contractor does make me question a lot of things. My best guess is that they knew that he was unlicensed and tried to cut corners, as they do, through hiring him for his services, sort of paying under the table, and in turn, they got a bad quality home. When it backfired and they were unable to get a certificate of occupancy and the house foreclosed, they turned around and blamed him for it and claimed he lied to them. That's my best guess, only because I feel like they would totally sue him for this in any other circumstance if what they were saying was true, because that's what they always do, unless they were truly completely out of money in this moment and weren't even able to pay their lawyers. After the video was uploaded, Catherine also uploaded a few Instagram stories explaining more things that were wrong with the house. Undeniably, this is definitely a really bad house, a really poor quality house. I've lived in military housing that is better than this house. Something that I just think is really interesting about the house situation as well is that Austin and Catherine never admitted fault once again. Someone else screwed them, but it's not their fault. It's always pointing the finger at someone else. Once Austin and Catherine became public figures in the public eye, their pride got the better of them and they refused to back down or admit flaws in any capacity. Even as their failures became so public and well known, they refused to admit them, refused to acknowledge them as if they didn't exist. The failure of Social Gloves happened. The house foreclosure happened, and yet the Ace family refused to acknowledge its existence. Then they moved, but instead of, I don't know, moving in silence for a little while, calming down, Austin and Catherine refused to back down from lawsuits and to do everything to keep their status, even as things were imploding around them. In the summer of 2022, Austin and Catherine crammed so many events into their schedule that it became pretty impossible to believe that they would accomplish all of it at once. Again, going back to their old patterns of over-promising and under-delivering. They started talking about the Ace Fest being in the summer, a new boxing match for Austin being in the summer, and a massive wedding ceremony between Austin and Catherine happening that summer. As Disneyland meets Coachella, people of all ages going on rides, interacting with wildlife, and watching live performances. Austin said the festival is going to be a full experience where attendees can interact with all the other Ace family members, adding that 2 VIP ticket holders will be chosen to join Austin and Catherine at their wedding at the end of 2022. Okay, did they not learn? Do they learn nothing? Eternal sunshine of the spotless mind, I suppose. Because did they not learn with the problem of Ace Club and the problem of over-promising? They are literally promising that the Ace Fest will be Disneyland meets Coachella. So even if the Ace Fest became a decent festival or fair, people still have in their head Disneyland meets Coachella, which I don't think anyone would be able to achieve. Imagery that puts into people's mind is a wild expectation. Then they say it's going to be a full experience with rides, wildlife, and live performances, and someone will get to attend their wedding. That was the problem with so many of the other ventures they started, where they overpromised, were never able to deliver, got sued. Did they never learn? Did they never learn from the Social Gloves event? Live performances, carnival rides, and claiming you'll also have literal wildlife has got to all cost a fortune. You have to be able to market the event really, really well to be able to sell tickets. The Ace Fest website claimed that there were 5,000 tickets available, which were set to go on sale in April of 2022. But the tickets were only available to buy in bulk. The website listed one package for sale at $299 for 3 tickets, or you could buy the Ace VIP Pass, which costs $499 for 5 tickets. And a few weeks later, Austin and Catherine moved up the date of Ace Fest to July 9th of 2022. By mid-April, the website claimed that Ace Fest had been completely sold out. Although the Ace family claimed that they sold out the Ace Fest, Caster did a lot more in-depth research to find out that that was probably a complete lie. His friend added 1 million tickets to her cart, which revealed how many tickets were available in total. And when his friend did that, there were thousands of tickets still available.
1 million tickets into the basket. Now, what happens with this shopping cart is if there isn't the number of items that you're trying to buy, it will automatically reduce your cart number down to what is actually available. This is where it gets really sad. Okay, so then my friend went later in the day, just before the tickets were marked as sold out. She went onto the website, and in the cart, again, she put in for the 1 million tickets. And what came up was for the family VIP pass for $499. At that time, at 5:27 in the evening, there were 7,598 tickets available, and you can see that here. And for the Ace Family Club Pass, there were 3,890 tickets still available. So, what does this mean? Well, in 8 hours of tickets being on sale, this is what my calculations show. So between 9:22 a.m. and 5:27 p.m. for the Ace Family VIP Pass, the $499 ticket, they sold a total of 306 passes in 8 hours. 306 passes in 8 hours. And for the $299 Family Club Pass, between 9:23 a.m. and 5:27 p.m., they sold a grand total of 87 tickets.
H3 Podcast also covered Madcaster's video and did the math of how many tickets the Ace Fest must have actually sold versus how many tickets they were claiming. And Ethan Klein didn't believe that the Ace Fest could actually be done with the amount of tickets they actually sold.
We purchased tickets to the Ace Fest, right?
Correct. We did. We were planning on going.
He has basically really good evidence that they're lying about it being sold out. And I don't know what they're getting at by saying it's sold out.
You cannot put this festival on for $200,000. You can't do it. I mean, they could try and it would just be effing horrible. Viewers also noticed that the footage that the Ace family used to advertise the Ace Fest was also just stolen from another content creator without any credit. The videographer's YouTube channel is called J and Mac Films, and they had no idea that the Ace family used their footage to promote the Ace Fest in their own business. So Austin and Catherine had these key dates for the summer that they wanted to complete before going on their social media hiatus. It almost seemed like they wanted to cram as much events back to back or make as much money as possible, get that last tiny drop of a juice squeeze from their YouTube before shutting the books. The events were Austin's boxing match in June, the Ace Fest in August, and their wedding ceremony in September. However, believe it or not, things did not go as planned. Austin's fight was pushed back from July to October.
My fight was originally supposed to be for July 30th, but unfortunately, my opponent did not pass his medical exams. So he took his medical exams in the UK and he did not pass them, which led him to come out to LA to see the LA doctors, and he was able to pass. So that's great news, which now we have a new date. For those who know, it is September 10th.
Then the Ace Fest was moved up from August to July, and Austin and Catherine's wedding never happened. Catherine had a partially collapsed disc in her back and needed surgery.
I just found out that I had a partially collapsed disc on my spine, my lower back.
The Ace Fest seemed to be the one thing that was continuing on and continuing strong, even though there were more and more allegations of it being a scam. Mainly, there was an allegation that the Ace Fest combined with another festival that was happening on the exact same date in the exact same location called the Soul Fest.
It sounds suspiciously, and you'll see from these pictures I'm going to put up, that a lot of the stuff the Ace family talked about is already part of this festival they're sharing with, except it doesn't look like this festival offers rides, so that's probably the only thing that's different from what I understand. And look at this, the ticket price on this Summer of Soul festival is only $15 in advance, $20 at the door for adults, or $10 in advance or $15 at the door for children. So you can either spend $100 per person to go to the Ace Fest, which is combined apparently with this Summer of Soul festival, or you can spend $15 and go. And who gives a crap if you don't get to shake Catherine's hand or get to have her read your aura or whatever it is she's gonna do. But it sounds to me like these are the partners they're talking about, and it sounds really suspect.
So people were thinking that basically the Ace family was just gonna slap their logo on another festival's equipment and location and spot and say that it was their festival. But nearing the date of the festival, Austin and Catherine posted a behind the scenes of the Ace Fest and addressed some of these rumors.
An Ace family, who can really say they had their own family festival? Like, how many people in our space has been able to do this? Let's take a moment to think about it. I don't think anybody. But for those talking all that gibberish, just stay in your own lane. If you don't want to come, don't come. And for those who do come, we're gonna enjoy it and have a blast.
It's funny because in this video, Austin says to get the tickets and pull up.
So real quick, for the people that said that our festival was a scam or that it wasn't happening, you guys can suck a fat donut, okay? Because it's happening. So yes, Ace family, it is happening this Saturday. It's an all-day event. Click the link in our description and get your ticket to pull up.
But then why were they saying it was sold out? That's what I don't understand. Was it an ego or a pride thing where they just wanted the event so badly to look like a success? Because I'm sure they would have made more sales if they just kept it open for more people to buy throughout the months. But instead, they claim that VIP tickets are sold out, but general admission tickets are still available.
Also, VIP tickets are sold out. They were sold out on the first day. There's only a certain amount of people that we can physically meet on a day, 12 hours. But general admission tickets are still available. So you guys are welcome to come if you are not busy Saturday or you just want to come and enjoy your time and have fun with your family.
If you want to show up to the Ace Fest on the day of and buy your tickets there. Because they were so unclear about it, I just think they lost out on so many sales for that fact alone. Austin and Catherine then addressed why they were combining venues, which does make sense.
Last thing we do want to touch on, for those wondering why we had to use someone else's venue, I guess you would call it, is because whenever you do anything like this, throw a festival, you have to be able to do it in a place that is capable of doing it, meaning you have to go through the city, you have to have permits, you have to have security, you have to have fire departments, like all that has to be done in order to have something like this. So to do it in a venue that already does it, that's the only way to do it. It's the only way you can possibly do it. We just can't go to an empty field and throw rides and games and everything else.
I think the concern that people had was that the Ace Fest had no unique offering compared to the other festival, which was charging much less than the Ace Fest. But the Ace Fest came as promised on July 9th. Many people who attended said that they experienced some long lines and overpriced food and blistering heat. But to be honest, in my opinion, as an introvert, that feels like a very common experience for a festival or fair, besides maybe Renaissance fairs, which I love. Several different content creators also went to Ace Fest, including the H3 podcast team. In a video titled "We Went" at the footage of the Ace Fest. First off, it does not look like there are any lines at all. It almost looks like a ghost town of a carnival or a fair. It feels like a strange, morbid send-off to the Ace family. Now that we know that this became one of their last hurrahs, it's like an acknowledgement of their failures. They actually end up somewhat pulling off an event. At least it happened and there were rides. And the event ends up being a carnival, which is a sort of calling card to all the people who called Austin McBroom a clown, including myself. If anything, it's certainly a way to go down. A celebratory send-off that's once again in character with the way that Austin and Catherine have lived, never being satisfied with doing anything unnoticed. While some content creators were allowed into the venue, other content creators like Madcaster and Rich Lux got kicked out.
By the way, so they got kicked out. They didn't even let in. They apparently had like wanted posters of some of these drama channels.
The booth also collapsed on fans at the festival.
So that just happened. Is everyone okay? Okay.
Tozy also attended the Ace Fest and talked about how expensive the tickets were, which, considering they're at almost the same price for Disneyland, for a ticket to Disneyland, I would say I agree. I think most people came to the conclusion that the festival was not worth the hefty price, but that the Ace family at least delivered on the unlimited rides and games aspect. Though there were only DJ booths instead of live performances, and there were no wildlife. Also, since Austin and Catherine didn't have a wedding, there were no winners from the VIP tickets who were able to attend their wedding.
It wasn't a scam, though.
I mean, scam is probably too far, but I mean, they did. Was it Disneyland meets Coachella? Absolutely not. Were there live performers? I guess if you count the DJs as that, I guess they're performing.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like live performance sort of indicates to people like a band or something like that, but whatever. And then they did say wild animals, and yeah, there was no animals. There was no.
And
wild.
to be honest about that, I'm kind of glad there wasn't.
Me too.
Animals in that heat.
Oh my god, I feel horrible for animals.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Bill Sesh also posted a funny photo where I guess the Ace Fest must have grabbed rides from other carnivals, and in one of them was a woman in a bikini. Super family friendly. On July 9th, after the Ace Fest, Catherine posted a picture of herself at the end of the festival on an Instagram story, which had a caption that read, "Thank you so much to everyone who came out. One of the best days of my life. I do it all over again." Looking back, the Ace Fest was a chapter closing on the Ace family. On her Instagram story, Catherine also shared several fans' posts who said they loved the event and enjoyed meeting her in Austin. Even some YouTubers and content creators who posted criticisms of the festival also highlighted some positive aspects. Austin and Catherine continued to post some sparse videos, Austin posting about his loss of the boxing match against Gibb, some vacations they had, but it seems like their heart was just not in YouTube anymore. Their views slowed and started to drop off until they stopped posting on YouTube altogether. The very last video that Austin and Catherine did was their shady and weird Tesla giveaway video. We all have moments where we act in folly. Truth be told, I am a bit slothful myself and tend to lie around listening to audiobooks or reading if I'm left to my own devices. I will do that for days straight if I could. The most important thing I believe is whether or not one's actions hurt others and whether our vices break us, mold us, or build us. The Ace family as an entity is over, and in my opinion, it should be. They have done so much damage, business-wise, trust-wise, to their audience. Austin and Catherine shouldn't be allowed to do anything together in business, because when they do, coups tend to happen, lawsuits take place. But I also think that, like the conditions and environments that we grow up around, the trials that we go through can often forge new paths in us. I have to believe that, since I'm experiencing it right now with the loss of a family member and how much that's changed my life and forged a new path that I'm beginning to walk down. That being said, I also believe a person has to have the willingness to change, because time is often circular and wants to bring us right back to the place where we started. On January 12th of 2024, Austin and Catherine announced that they were getting a divorce. They announced this in separate social media Instagram posts, and in their posts, they wrote that they mutually agreed to separate. Catherine wrote in her statement that their paths as a couple have shifted and has created challenges that are irreconcilable. As heartbreaking as this is, I also feel liberated. I've spent the past few years prioritizing my children and honoring my commitment to my family. All the while, I seem to be losing myself and my own personal happiness. Thank you for all of my supporters for giving me a safe space to be able to use my voice and share our love. I love you all so much, and I'm beyond grateful for all the support we've received from you throughout all these years as a couple. In his Instagram post, Austin shared a photo of himself and Catherine and called the divorce the hardest decision of my life. I love how he had to make it sound like it was his decision, which makes me feel even more so like it was Catherine's choice to start the divorce. We created one of the greatest stories, almost a decade together. So many memories, so many accomplishments, but every book comes to an end. It sounds a little cold and distant to only refer to Catherine, the person that you were married for 10 years, as just a book or a story. That's just me, and I'm reading into it too much though. Now we'll be writing a new book as separate authors. Separations are difficult and most times messy, but you'll see how we'll push through these difficult times as a unit and keep influencing with love and positivity. And Austin decided to push through these hard times by turning to Snapchat. While some fans were definitely sad about the fact that Austin and Catherine are splitting up, a lot of fans were speculating about the reason for the split. Many people assuming that it had to do with all the mounting allegations of infidelity on Austin's part. While the divorce came as somewhat of a surprise to many, as they assumed that the couple would continue to stay together for business purposes, a lot of people felt in general that the divorce was probably best for both Austin and Catherine, who seemed to bring out the worst in each other. There's also been a lot of speculation that the divorce is fake or has been faked for drama. I couldn't find any solid evidence on this online besides just speculation, so there's nothing concrete behind that theory other than just that, well, I wouldn't necessarily put it past them. I also do think what would be more believable to me personally after researching for this entire video is that the two separated for financial reasons because of all the mounting lawsuits and financial troubles that are still in play for the two of them. They would be able to do some sneaky financial maneuverings, which the family is known to do. Put all the money in one or the other person's bank account. For example, if all the lawsuits are against Ace Hat Collections, which is mainly under Austin's name, oust Catherine from the company, put all the money under Catherine's name, then bankrupt the Ace Hat Collection company. So when anyone legally tries to go after the company, there's nothing for them to go after. I don't know if they would do that, but that's just a theory. Considering everything else they've done. I don't know. Because when you have a company and you're married, people can go after your spouse as well. They're automatically tied into whatever you do in your company. So by separating, they could do some sneaky things to avoid any financial accountability and capitalize on internet drama all in one go. Would they do that? I don't know. I don't think so. But I do think it's interesting to speculate on after seeing everything that's going on behind the scenes with them legally. But on top of that, I'm also not well versed in how any of this works. I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a business expert. So I'm not entirely sure if that would even be possible or if it would even be worth it with so many cases stacked up for both of them. Shortly after the divorce was announced, Austin began posting non-stop on the app Snapchat.
Is that Chucky? It's Chuck. It's Chuck. It's not. It's Chuck.
Catherine has been a long-time user of Snapchat, where she's obtained a small but loyal following. But after the divorce, Austin also moved onto the platform, created an entire new brand for himself alongside an entire new personality.
What?
During the 2010s, a lot of celebrities and influencers started using Snapchat as a way to engage with their audience in a more intimate and immediate manner, where they could give their audience a more unfiltered view of their daily activities. This was before Instagram stories, TikTok, or any of those platforms. During the mid-2010s, Kylie Jenner was highly active on Snapchat, and during Snapchat's rise in popularity, the number of Instagram posts per user declined between 2013 and 2015 as people started using Snapchat more and more. But by the summer of 2016, Instagram introduced Instagram stories. Then Instagram CEO Evan Systrom openly admitted the feature was copied from Snapchat based on the success of the app's Snapchat stories. From 2018, Instagram alone generated more than 1 billion daily active users, in contrast to Snapchat with its 200 million daily active users. Still, Snapchat was trying to keep up and stand out among other social media platforms and created Snap Originals, where content creators could monetize their platform on Snapchat. Creators were able to earn a cut of revenue that appeared in ads in their content. And while Snapchat does not publicly disclose what the revenue split is, some creators have said that the Snapchat revenue program in general has been quite lucrative for them. But after Snapchat launched a redesign, Snapchat lost $1.3 billion in stocks, as well as countless users. Around the same time, Kylie Jenner tweeted, "So does anyone else not open Snapchat anymore? Or is it just me? Ugh, this is so sad." Desperate to bring more users to Snapchat, the platform steadily added more features, including music functionality in the summer of 2020. After Instagram launched Instagram Reels, Snap introduced Snap Spotlight, a tab that introduced short-form video content similar to TikTok in November of 2020. Snapchat also financially incentivized creators to post short-form videos to the app's feature, and creators ended up earning a lot of money from it. Content creator Katie Feeney earned well over 1 million posting videos to Spotlight. Snapchat began testing shared ad revenue with its creators in its Snap Stars program. Although Snapchat hasn't disclosed how much creators are being paid, company spokesperson told Business Insider that Snapchat was paying top Spotlight creators million per day in November of 2020. Amount decreased to millions per week in June of 2021 and down further to millions per year. Fast forward to 2024, Austin is a divorced dad, unable to return to YouTube and create content alone because he built his entire brand on YouTube around family content and being a family man. So Austin capitalized on Snapchat's Snap Stars program, took advantage of a lesser tapped market to reintroduce himself to social media and create a persona that's separate from that of the Austin McBroom of the Ace family.
Your Snapchat happened to pop up on my feed, and I just happened to just click on it because I was bored, and I seen that you were in Miami. Are you in Miami?
Yeah, I'm actually in Miami.
I am too.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, what are you doing later?
I'm pretty busy the whole day.
Oh, well, you're never busy.
It seemed like Austin's content strategy was simple. Do whatever outrageous thing he could do to garner as much views and outrage as possible. The first round of Austin's snaps did just that, and even circulated on TikTok and across social media as people laughed, gawked, and complained about how ridiculous Austin was. He made a Snapchat story where he complained about getting sick following his divorce from Catherine.
Finally just got out of bed. I got chills and a fever. I've been sweating from head to toe. What should I do, y'all? Hopefully I don't have the C word. Should I go to the hospital just to make sure? What should I do, y'all? What should I do? I'm gonna try to take a cold shower.
Over his bathroom sink, Austin talked about how awful he felt. Austin even documented his visit to the doctor's office and posted a tribute to each of his friends and family members, being as dramatic as possible. People dubbed this the man flu. After the sickness passed, Austin moved on to snapping about trying to buy a new home. He initially told viewers that he was going to move just down the street from Catherine and the kids, but then in a twist that had a good amount of the internet talking, Austin bought an RV and parked it outside of Catherine's home. Eventually, law enforcement was made aware of the RV and requested that he parked it elsewhere. Apparently, he posted a photo with a sign that said violation, but a lot of people also think he just printed that himself. Catherine also made a few posts claiming that he didn't actually buy an RV and also insinuating that she wants to be left out of whatever he's doing right now. I think that she's a little bit embarrassed. I think she's got the ick from whatever he's been posting on Snapchat. Austin claims that then a neighbor ended up letting him park his RV on their property, which what neighbor would ever let you park your RV on their property? Which led to Austin posting a Snapchat video saying, "I can still see Catherine's house through the trees, so that makes me feel safe."
Thank God that my neighbor let me park in their property, and I'm not too far from the house. I can still see through the tree a little bit. I can still see Catherine's house through the tree, so that makes me feel safe.
Austin's following a very similar formula to what he was doing during his time on the Ace family, and that's exploiting his own life for monetary gain. When Austin was vlogging the Ace family, he was filming their day-to-day life, his children's life, and exploiting every twist and turn for views and for money. Now that he's divorced, he's reaching new levels of shame and embarrassment, filming it and putting it on Snapchat for views and monetary gain. It's the same thing, but very different font. It's obvious that a lot of what he's doing is dramatized and for views and attention. However, a lot of people find it a little bit off-putting just how far Austin will go to get those views and attention. Austin has just fed more and more into this idea of a person or persona that people can ridicule online, especially as this persona has become popular on TikTok. Some people have even bought into the idea that Austin's having a breakdown or tune into his Snapchats for entertainment purposes, which, to be fair, the videos are certainly entertaining, and all the while Austin's laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, you're fine, don't worry.
Oh! 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 Shit! Oh! Oh! Oh!
This is different.
Okay, you
You're a
guys go first.
YouTuber, huh?
No, not me.
No?
Snapchatter.
Snapchatter, that's what she said.
Yep, I'm a
She goes, I
Snapchatter.
know him.
What's sad to me personally is there are content creators out there who have had legitimate mental breakdowns that have been filmed and exploited by others online. There are people who have unknowingly filmed their own mental breakdowns and posted it online. There are people like Austin who see that and notice the amount of attention that that gets, and then they mimic those breakdowns so that attention can be on them.
I'm gonna lose it, see?
Don't lose it, man. You're gonna be alright. You're gonna be alright.
Ah! Ah! I think I'm hyperventilating. Oh shit.
Just breathe. Just breathe. Come on.
Oh shit. Oh my. See? Oh shit. See?
Just breathe. Just breathe. Come on. In through your nose. Out through your mouth. Come on. Come on. In through your nose. Breathe. Come on. There you go. There you go.
Social media has reached a point where anything is content, and high rates of monetization and the goal to make something viral have blurred the lines between private life and content. Having troubles with storing his mobile home, Austin temporarily moved in with YouTuber DDG and his partner Halle Bailey, who had just given birth to their newborn son. After a few days, Austin moved back into his RV, and he and DDG made a song and music video together in Austin's RV about how much he missed Catherine.
I miss you. I love you. I've been in this RV.
And over the course of several weeks, Austin has filmed many different misadventures on his Snapchat. Some are seemingly harmless, like him attending UCLA in hopes of getting his master's and PhD.
I was going for my master's, but now, not with them. Not with them.
Okay.
Guess what? No one's gonna want to come to this freaking school anymore because I'm leaving.
No.
You guys want to go to USC with me?
Nobody's paying attention.
Follow!
Everybody got...
Follow me to USC!
And some are a little bit more harmful, like him getting into an argument with a CVS employee.
An RV.
Have a blessed day, what?
Aren't you living in an RV?
Yeah, I am, bro.
You're talking under your breath. Shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's
Yeah. I'm living in an RV. Is that a problem?
No, I was just wondering, because like, you be talking some crazy stuff right now. I was just,
Yeah, I can't live in an RV.
No, you can.
He's talking shit about me because I'm living in an RV. That's crazy. That's crazy. And he's working at CVS. That is crazy. That's
And then coming back to apologize and later applying for a job at CVS.
Guys, it's time. So excited. So excited.
Oh, you work for Snapchat?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I am Snapchat, actually.
You are?
Yeah.
With each misadventure, it seems like Austin's outfits and style gets more and more out there and bizarre. There's the fur coat dancing look. There's the SpongeBob look, I'm gonna say, with the backpack and the orange shirt. There's the jeans with one short, the one jort jeans. And I mean, this is an artistic performance in many ways, an expression of the human experience and a reality that he's spent so many years living the complete opposite of. From living in mega mansions and driving flashy cars to living in an RV, trying to work a regular job, wearing half jort jeans, and just filming an average life of a sad divorced dad. Something about it is very camp. In some of his misadventures, Austin also tried to sell lemonade in a lemonade stand, did a lie detector test.
Are you still in love with Catherine?
No.
Why?
Also traveled to the Super Bowl.
I'm supposed to go to Vegas like this? I'm supposed to go to Super Bowl 42 like this?
There were no more trips to Miami on a private jet. The person who packed stadiums for YouTube charity events is now filming himself selling lemonade on the side of the street for a Snapchat story. Can your dreams be the very thing that destroys you? Austin and Catherine started out as dreamers who wanted to make something of themselves, who wanted to become something more, to prove to the world that they were something, that they were worth something. But those dreams became twisted into insatiable nightmares as they fed them more and more kindling, fire growing inside them that burned those who stood too close to them. And like a dying star or a match lit on a cold night, they burned too hot, too bright, and in an instant they burned out. Whatever reputation, image, or idea they wanted to make of themselves ruined completely. As Oscar Wilde said, every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. And as DJ Khaled said, one can truly suffer from success. And that's all for today's video. If you made it to the end, comment which quote you like more, DJ Khaled or Oscar Wilde. Thank you so much for making it to the end of this video. I appreciate it so much. There's so much work that goes into this video. I love my team. Ollie, Margot, Panache, you all are incredible. And the time and effort that you put into these videos alongside me means the world. I'm so grateful to have each and every one of you and your incredible creative minds along this process. I also just have been loving reading the comments lately. It's just so wonderful when I have a certain concept in mind or an idea behind a video and I see people grasp it and then also turn it into something more, expand upon it, bring new concepts forward. I feel like my mind is always growing from the incredible ideas of other people, and obviously that's what comment sections are for. But yeah, I've been having so much fun with it, and I'm so grateful for all of you for being with me in this journey. It's been a light for me, and I just couldn't be more appreciative of it. And I hope you are all doing well. On my Instagram, which is Cruel World Happy Mind, I think I want to start posting like book reviews. So if you're wanting some of that, definitely comment down below that as well. And I'll see you all in the next video. Hope you stay well till then. Bye.